Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone around the world. Welcome back to SSOT. We're here for the first match of the semifinals between Washingtowa and Wait We're Goated in the losers bracket. I am Dio. I am joined for this matchup by the one and only Doomsday. Good morning, Dooms.
Good morning, Dio. It's good noon here. I had some lovely lunch. I am full of warmed up pizza, so I'm ready to game. Yeah, kicking things off now. Getting into the real business end of SSOT now, right? I mean, the only teams left now, and we started out with a super stacked tourney already, but at this point, we're only left with some pretty serious talent left in this tournament, Dio. And I think this matchup's actually quite an interesting one compared to some of the big, huge teams you have in this tournament. We have two very strong tournament player full teams here with these two. And we were chatting about this before the matchup. I think this is going to be a really interesting contest for in the losers bracket as well between these two.
Yeah, on the one side, you have Washingtowa, who is a full American team with a bunch of tournament players, of course, from Washington. They are playing a very early match. 14 UTC on the west coast of the US is 6 a.m. So they
Yeah.
are playing a very, very early match. And I believe this match was actually rescheduled. So this is a time that they agreed to. North American tourney players. But this is a team full of a lot of gimmick players and some mechanics players to go along with it, right? You have players like Jacob 3, Fury Warpscon, who are a little stronger on the raw mechanics and the speed on this team. But the majority of players on this team are really gimmick focused. Players like Twilight, like RNG, like Ethan Tricks, like RME Fan, even Conrad Mitten as well can play a lot of those more gimmicky maps in the pool. So I think we're going to see them lean a lot into that versus a team on the side of Wait We're Goated who really are more focused on a lot of those mechanics. You have a couple of hidden players and a couple of people who might prefer not to pick those kinds of things in a 1v1, but as a full team, lots and lots of mechanics players on their side.
Yeah, they do have some. Ukrainian players, Magnata Gamer and Shari Tori. And these are players that you'd think going into a matchup against Washingtowa, as you mentioned, on the mechanic side of things, that they're going to be looking really strong. But you wouldn't want to underestimate some of these players on Washingtowa because I think their ranks are very deceiving when you look at the team list, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're going to be seeing a pretty big dichotomy between these two teams. One team just picking into the gimmick, one team picking into the mechanics. Again, if
Yeah.
you have one team that's really strong on that, just let them pick it, even if you are good enough to win some of those maps, right? So that's likely going to be the game plan for Wait We're Goated going into this one. Just to take a look at the qualifier results for both of these teams, starting off with Washingtowa for their qualifier results. We usually have that up before the match starts. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it on screen. There we go. Oh, right. Yeah, looking at the qualifier results for Washingtowa here. Uh, Again, this is a team that did very, very well on some of the kind of trickier maps in the pool. Number 11 on the Nomad 1, number 16 on the Nomad 2, but number 5 overall on Nomad 3, which was that tech Nomad pick. Top 10 on the Nomad 4, which was AR8 grid. And then top 10 on all 3 hiddens, including a number 3 on hidden 2, that low AR reading hidden. And then going into the Hard Rock and DT pool, far fewer top 10s, not a single top 10 on the Hard Rocks, and only one top 10 on the DTs. Slightly better on DT than Hard Rock, number 11 and number 12 on DT1, DT2, as compared to just not even top 16 on all 3 Hard Rocks.
And the difficulty level of the qualifiers was very similar to what we're finding in the semis. So this is around about the level of those qualifier maps, I guess, in general, right? Give or take some skill set differential, but it does show that they are going to be very capable at this level. Like I said, they got a very decent seed, right in the middle of the qualifying pack, which is no mean feat in this tournament. Yeah. And I feel like with some of their players, I mean, I feel like they could do a little bit better on the hard rocks, but they're a little bit on the sort of trickier side, edgier side, I suppose, in this semis pool. So maybe we take those with a pinch of salt. Who knows?
And I think as well, Wait We're Goated has a really good hard rock roster, so
that's true.
They're probably not going to be wanting to pick into that all too much. As we look at the qualifier results for Wait We're Goated now, we'll get them on screen. Wait We're Goated, seed number 14 out of qualifiers, with kind of similar things going on. Okay scores on the Nomad 1, Nomad 2, but a better score on Nomad 3. But then not the follow-up high score on the Hidden 2 for them. Better overall on the Hard Rock, number 6 on the Hard Rock 1, number 10 on the Hard Rock 2, and number 11 on the DT 2, but a little worse on the DTs overall for Wait We're Goated is, I think, a lot of what dragged them down during the qualifiers.
Yeah, that's pretty clear from looking at that. But I feel like they have some more to give there, but I do still think that, yeah, speed is something you can poke at on this team. You know, they have a few decent players for it. I do think they could do better than what they did in the qualifiers. I imagine that's something they would have looked at as a bit of a low role for them. I suppose the DT picks in a tournament like this are always very highly contested with high scores across the board, right? So you can get a couple slips and your seed can drop right down. I think they have more to give there.
Yeah, we'll see how well they're able to do on some of the DT picks in this pool. And I imagine with picks like the DT2, DT3 in this pool, they're going to want to try to abuse that versus Washingtowa. Maybe not so much the DT1. We were talking about that map and thinking, hey, maybe some of the more gimmick-focused players on Washingtowa can play that just fine. But I've heard some map pool feedback that the fact that map's OD9 for an AR6 DT pick is a little rough for some players on 200 VPM. So we'll see if there's any mechanic struggles on that map, despite the reading focus for that pick.
Yeah, when I was doing the showcase with your deal on that one, I didn't actually realize it was high OD when I was taking a look at
it. That's OD 10.4 dooms.
That's like the sort of, even on like it's like a DT1, like an aim style DT pick, right? OD 10.4, you see players getting like 98s, 97s, and then you throw it on an AR6 plus DT map. That is really spicy. With it being a 1v1, you only need one player who can do that sort of thing, which I think a lot of teams will have. I wonder who's brave enough in this matchup, though, to leave that open. If it's anyone, it's going to be Washingtowa, of course, but...
All right. Well, we'll see what they want to go with.
See.
We'll see what they want to go with, and we're about to get started, so let's get straight into it. Oh, and actually, we do have the staff picks here. Before we get the intro for both of these teams, a couple of matches coming up today, some predictions for both of us here. I actually put Washingtowa, you put Wait We're Goated for this match. And then a couple of other predictions for the upcoming matches. Most of us predicting Watson in the match at 16 UTC, and most of us predicting Stockfish in their match versus Grease Monkey Deluxe. But again, a split for Jashin Konrei versus Optimus Prime Rib.
Yeah, I think Watson and Stockfish are such strong teams. I mean, it's going to be a battle for their opponents there. I think the Jashin versus Optimus Prime Rib though is another highly contested one in the losers brackets. That one should be a really good one later on this weekend. Eagerly awaiting that one, actually.
And now we're just about ready to get into it. Washingtowa versus Wait We're Goated, first match of the semifinals. Let's get it started for SSOT this weekend. All right. Hopefully we're getting into the picks and bans shortly here. Actually, starting off with the first pick. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the format for this tournament, a quick rundown. The map pool in this tournament is imbalanced on purpose. It is 4 no mod, 4 hidden, 4 hard rock, 4 DT, and 4 free mod. And that's because the number next to the map in each slot is the amount of players who play each map. So no mod 1 is a 1 versus 1, no mod 2 is a 2 versus 2, no mod 3 is a 3v3, no mod 4 is a 4v4, and that holds true for all of the mod categories. So some of these maps you've got a 1v1 team size 8 going on, and some of them you have a normal 4v4 team size 8 going on, and the difficulty of the maps corresponds to those slots across the pool for the most part. Throughout these map pools. Another thing with the format is we're actually going to get the first pick for both teams before we get any bans. You can see on the graphic there, there'll be 1 pick for each of these teams before the first ban, and then 2 more picks for each of these teams before the second ban comes through. This is still a best of 11 in the semifinals, and assuming we don't see a clean sweep, we are going to get both rounds of bans. So best of 11, 2 bans with this pool size.
Looks like we're kicking off with Wait, We're Goated, and they're immediately going into a 1v1 on some mechanics, straight into the stamina heavy no mod 1, Embraced by the Flame. What do you think about this one, Dio, actually, for first pick? I think it's pretty decent.
I think this is a good first pick. I mean, it's 215 BPM death streams, right? You're just looking at trying to get as much out of this first pick as possible with as difficult of a mechanics pick as you can muster. You look at the rest of the 1 slots, it's, well, Coco Soko and Hidden. It's a kind of low-aim finger control hybrid hard rock 1. It's the AR6 DT1, and it's an alt tapping hybrid in free mod 1. So this is really the only 1 slot that's a pure mechanics pick. You do have some of those in the rest of the pool in 2 slots, but this is the only 1 slot that is a pure mechanics pick. Again, as we were talking about beforehand, of course, Wait, We're Goated, definitely the team that you're looking forward to on mechanics. But Jacob 3, of course, a good shout for Washingtowa, probably their best mechanics player.
Yeah, especially on something like this, where it's going to be not super crazy on the speed. He can definitely handle the flowing very well. He's been in for a lot of them so far this tourney. So he should be okay on some 215. He's up against Les Perry, though, so it's a tough opponent for him. I don't actually recall. I think Les Perry is pretty decent on the stamina and speed. I think 215 should be okay for him, right?
I mean, that guy has full combos on 2 difficulties of Because Maybe.
Oh, of course he does. Of course he does.
And
how did I forget that?
yeah, he's got, I think, like a 1 miss choke or something on Because Maybe Part 3. Yeah, 220 BPM on those. They'll be fine on this, probably. Granted, those are more, aim consistency rather than screen flowing. So as you get into the more depth streaming parts of this map, especially near the end where it really starts to kick off, I feel like both of these players will probably start to struggle a little bit more on the stamina. The early days in this map, not too bad for either of these players.
Yeah, just get more spaced as it goes on, so once they get their warms going, they're going to need it for the second half. A bit of act, but I can't see that making too much of a difference once this map really gets going in a bit. Hang on, even now after that act drop from Miss Perry.
All right, now the map is starting. Here we go into the real death streaming section of this pick. That first 500 combo, relatively free, and there's the first miss from Washingtowa. Jacob 3 to chain miss on the streams after misaiming one of the corners, and the Sperry just clean and comfortable on it. It does drop some accuracy in this part, but can you blame him? The streams are still going, dude. They just don't really stop once they start after about 550 combo in this map, and he's still FCing this. This is a really good score for Sperry.
He's just about through that section. Just a bit more to go at the end here. He's ready to go. I suppose don't want to get into times, but he's had plenty of time to warm up. It's late for him, and he's making good use of it here. Solid 95, solid S rank if he can finish it off. And there it is. That is very well played. First map, the perfect start here for Wait, We're Goated. Winning their first pick, and with a really good score to boot.
Yeah, nice FC from Sperry. Jacob 3, I think, quitting out there at the end, or maybe some client trouble. That was just kind of rough for Washingtowa on the first pick for Wait We're Goated, but that's kind of what you expect to see, right, on the first pick. If you're a mechanics team versus a non-mechanics team, if you're a speed team versus a non-speed team, that first stream speed mechanics pick is going to be pretty rough looking for the other team, especially if there's no bans. So I'm hoping we see similar levels of dominance from Washingtowa on their first pick. Maybe something like the No Mod 2, maybe something like the Free Mod 2 for some of those anti-mod lower approach rate maps, or the DT1. Maybe, just maybe we can see that.
Maybe. I think that would be a spicy pick into Wait We're Goated, but it's one of the more manageable ones, I suppose. And they do have the DTM players to be competitive on that. But I'd really want to see him get stuck into what they're best at. I'd want to see some of those gimmicky maps. I mean, I'm looking at a map like the No Mod 4, but that's not their first pick. They're going to go into this before they get a chance to get it banned, I suppose.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Here we go. The map pick of all time. Dio, what were you cooking with this one?
So, fun story about this one. I was actually given this map on my live stream. I was doing map reviews, and Kyo came to the chat and was like, hey, check out my map. And a completely different Twitch name. I didn't even know it was Kyo before I looked at the map. And I saw this. Originally it was AR5. We were going to pull this on AR5 in the one squad. Kito was good enough to playtest it and said, hey, AR5 burn for this map. So I asked Kyo to upload an AR6 difficulty on the site. He kindly applied, and we got this one sorted. This is some like perfect stack overlap doubles cut back and forth reading on AR6, but with DT. It's also OD9. So there's a lot going on in this map. It is extremely hard. It is extremely gimmicky. This is somehow also still the second lowest star rating in the DT pool. The only map that's lower star rating is the DT4. And this is one of the lower star ratings in the pool overall as well, which is kind of crazy, but 7.65 stars on this. Just the mechanics alone are really hard on this, and the fact that it is AR 8.3 after double time is going to make this a real challenge for a lot of players. There's a reason this is in a one slot.
I think the only solace is it's not very long. It's rather short. Not that it's going to help the players too much. Ethan Trix is in for Washingtowa. I guess one of their prime sort of low AR gimmick players going up against Shari Tori. I'm really curious to see how the players manage something like this. I wonder how much practice they put in for it.
You have to wonder. Ethan Trix is somebody who's got a lot of really good leaderboard scores on lower approach rate maps. But even then, I think just anybody is going to struggle on a pick like this, regardless of how good you are. I mean, Taquito's replay for Showcase was like 400k, right? Like, this is a very, very difficult map. Already you see both players struggling quite a bit. It's actually Shari Tori out ahead of Ethan Trix right now as we get some more of these doubles, these back and forth overlapping patterns. The square jumps catching Ethan Trix off once again. It's Shari Tori to hold on to a little bit of combo, but Dooms, this is being decided by some very small margins. 83 accuracy for Shari Tori versus 72 for Ethan Trix might just be enough to keep it on the side of Wait We're Goated regardless of the combo.
It's certified at game, that OD coming in clutch. And with the double the quads, it's quite important to get that control down. Shari Tori just seems much more comfortable in keeping that AC high. Ethan Trix is trying to combo game. His miscount's really good actually. But the AC is making all the difference.
William in this section, no joke either, and unfortunately Ethan Trix falling victim to it once again, and it might just be the AC game, Dooms. I mean, 11% AC difference is huge here for Shari Tori. The miscount as well now in favor of Shari Tori, and by the end of it, it is going to be a win for Wait We're Goated. Those are some tough scores on this map, and I think both of these players having a pretty rough time with this. Good combo for Ethan Trix, but just not enough. The accuracy doing so much for Wait We're Goated.
Like I say, it's important with the doubles and the quads in this map. Getting that control down is a big part of this, especially with the mechanics. And I suppose in a matchup between two, strong gimmick players, really, maybe in struggling with the mechanics, getting the accuracy on those bursts for Sharitori just seemed to be the game plan to win there. Fair play, it's solid, honestly, solid combo there, and a bit of solid act from Sharitori too for this map.
Yeah, I mean, this map is going to be, I think, probably the lowest average score of the weekend. Not only because it's hard, but because it's so gimmicky that playing well on this kind of a map is reserved for a very select few players, I think. And unfortunately, neither of them on either of these teams, as we see some relatively low scores overall. We are going to see the Hard Rock 4 banned out by Washingtowa as we get into the first round of bans here. Again, just banning out some of those mechanics picks. I'm a little surprised to not see it be like the DT2 or DT3. But I think that Hard Rock 4 ban is warranted. Again, Washingtowa, not a lot of good Hard Rock players on that team, so maybe just more comfortable on some of the DTs than on these Hard Rocks.
Yeah, I think the ban going into Wait We're Goated just... going into Wait We're Goated just makes sense with their Hard Rock roster. And Wait We're Goated banning out some DT in response. The DT3's gone. Pretty much pure stamina, that one, right? So, yeah, not wanting to deal with that.
I'm very surprised at that ban, given the Nomad 2 or the Nomad 1 win for Wait We're Goated. I'm almost concerned that that's a misban, that they wanted to pick that instead. I have seen that in this tournament already with some teams messing up on the format a little bit and needing to go back and review whether that was a pick or a ban. So I want to know if that's actually a real ban for them, as that is very surprising to me, honestly, given what we've already seen in the 1v1 map in Nomad. If that is a ban for them, I feel like that's kind of saying that, yeah, they're going to be going into some other stuff, and it is going to be the Nomad 4 pick for Wait We're Goated now.
Okay.
Completely avoiding the DT speed after winning on Nomad 1 is really interesting to me. Not at all what I thought we'd see in this match. But here we are going into a relatively difficult 4v4 pick. This is 7.3 stars. For context, that Hard Rock 4 consistency Hard Rock is 7.36 stars. This is an alt map, so this is a very difficult 4 pick in the context of a lot of the rest of the pool. And I think a lot of teams could have carry players for a map like this, despite it being a 4v4. I'm looking at Sharitori personally, Sharitori and Lesperi on the side of Wait We're Goated. Both of them with some very, very good scores on a variety of maps last weekend.
With it being a rather difficult map in a 4v4, I guess it's confusing skill cap a little bit, considering the team that Goated have. As a 4, they're going to have a very decent 4 against Washingtowa's 4. But as you mentioned, with this map being that hard, it only really takes 1 player to carry the weight of 2, or even 3 sometimes, depending on how this map plays out. So yeah, I think it's a good pick. But with Washingtowa's roster, it's possible that they could slap back. But as a 4, it's going to be a tricky one, I think, for them, unless one player can really make something happen here for Washingtowa. It looks like they might be taking a peek at the map, I suppose. We're waiting for a few players to slip in, but there we go. We have our squads in. Twilight, Furyu, and RNG making their appearances in this match for the first time for Washingtowa. Kodama, Sigi, and Lesperi finishing off the roster for Wait We're Goated. That's a scary roster. Oh, tournament god roster right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good tournament players on the side of Wait We're Goated. I do want to see how players like Twilight and RNG do on this for Washingtowa. I feel like if we're going to see some carry scores come out of their roster, it's going to be from those 2 players. Konrei Mitten, a very good gimmick player and good aim control player, but at rank 5k, you're just going to start to be limited a little bit by the mechanics when things get above a certain star rating. Furyu as well, I think pretty solid on DT gimmick in particular, not necessarily the lower approach rate gimmick stuff, but I have seen some scores from Fury that are pretty solid overall, so hoping to see some good scores out of those players for Washingtowa. A couple of early breaks for multiple people, 2 breaks on either side from RNG, Konrei Mitten on the side of Washingtowa, and from Sharitori and Sigi on the side of Wayward Goat.
Relatively even to get out of the blocks here. It's pretty consistent in style, to be fair. It gets a bit more space near the end, but what you see here is more or less what you get throughout the map. And it's all pretty spicy, it was cool. The Fury with a break there, so it's only Twilight left on Team Washingtowa against 2 FCs early on, but still only just getting to halfway here. Not too far yet. Curious is doing a good amount of work here for Wayward Goated as well across their 4. To give them a little bit of an edge here.
There goes Sigi and Kadama, though, for Wayward Goated. Twilight and RNG to hold for Washingtowa. And we'll see if they have any gas left in the tank here for Washingtowa. And there goes Lesberry once again, and Kadama once again. So now it's just Sharitori, but RNG will drop for Washingtowa. It's all on Twilight here, and Sharitori will drop for Wayward Goated. This might just be enough, Dooms. They've got the combo for Washingtowa to take a break point.
We're getting into the ending here, though, so it's about to step up a gear. It's up to Twilight, though, to make something work here. There's the break. Not the best time to break there for Twilight, but we'll see if he can keep his nerve. Oh, he breaks immediately, though. The lead hasn't gone over yet. It's back. I think it's even on the combo with about 50k in it.
Yeah, it's so close, but I think there's just going to be better combo on the side of Wayward Goated here. The Sperry will drop. There's still combo on Sigi. Sigi drops as well. There's multiple drops coming out of the players on Washingtowa, though. RNG has a little bit of combo, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We're up above 100k now, Dooms, and the better overall team consistency for Wayward Goated is going to pay dividends for them. Everyone above that 300k mark, but Conrad Mitten and Furious struggling on this map is going to mean that 600k pop-off from Twilight is just not enough to carry them. Really, really good score from Twilight on that map, and of course RNG as well at 470k, matching Sharitori. But despite that, the better overall team consistency, higher scores for the lower scoring members on the side of Wayward Goated will give them a 3-0 lead in this match.
Oh, what a good attempt, though, by Twilight, though. That was such a good run from him. FC to the end. On a map like that, like 600k on that map is very good, no matter who you're playing. Unfortunately, it's not enough, but fair play. Great attempt. Washingtowa get the pick, though. That was, Goated's pick, so it's not too bad to drop that. Still a bit of insurance if they can make this pick work. But you do think this one's a really important one in the context of this game now.
Yeah, if you lose this one as Washingtowa, you're down 4-0. You're having a really rough time in this match. You have the opponent for match point with their next pick, so you really want to see some kind of good pick here for the side of Washingtowa. It's going to be the hidden 2. Yotogi Banashi, and now usually you see Yotogi Banashi and you think, oh yeah, speed mechanics, just pure speed mechanics. No, not really with this one. This is a Haley map. This is AR9 at 240 BPM on hidden. Lots of awkward patterns, lots of just really tricky stuff going on in this map, with some players having a really bad time on the kind of high density, awkward speed, aim, and burst that abound in this map.
This map is really spicy. Yeah, not only do you have that speed, but you have the high density and the awkward aim and some overlap reading at times as well, with some whacked out slightest shape, extreme shapes, sorry, you need to follow through. So this is a spicy one. I know we saw No Mod 1, we saw in that 1v1 Les Perry pop off on that one, but I'm not sure exactly that tapping side is going to come into it too much here. It's been more about the whole package. Seeing Ethan Tricks come back in for some more density checks. Did alright on the combo side of things, and this one is a lot less spicy on the reading. With RNG, it looks like, to round out the roster for Washingtowa. But for Wait We're Goated, I think we've got a couple players that could do pretty well on AR9 density specifically.
Yeah, I feel like we'll probably see Lesperi and Kidama come in for this. Maybe you see Defiforce or Sharitori instead of Kidama on this, and it is going to be Sharitori. Lesperi, Sharitori, I think the two best all-rounders, especially when it comes to hidden on the side of Wait We're Goated. Fun story about this map also. We were actually going to pull the OG Gyoto Iganashi by Kyubey in round of 16. But I looked at this map at one point and I was like, nah, this is way too hard for round of 16. I'll just pull the original Gyoto Iganashi. And then Miles brought up this map as a pick later on in Hidden, and we changed the round of 16 No Mod 3 to be Everything Will Freeze by S-Joy, and moved this one up into semifinals in Hidden. And suffice to say, I think we're both pretty happy with that change. This map is something else. We'll see it here between RNG and Ethan Tricks versus Lesperi and Sharitori, getting into the 2v2 hidden pick again. AR9, super awkward, kind of gimmicky, 240 BPM mixed mechanics.
I think getting Sharitori on this is a good shout just for that hidden consistency side over someone like Kidama. Maybe a bit more comfortable on the mechanics side. We'll see how it pays off though. So it's an early miss from RNG, and RNG having some early troubles on the axe side as well. It's not very long, this. Not a very long map.
Togamashi, I think, notably very short songs, only about, 100 seconds or so. So any of these early combo lyrics really mattering. We did see an early break from RNG and accuracy troubles from RNG as well, down at 90%. There goes Ethan Triggs, and was holding the FC, but was on 92. And now that the break comes through there, that miss from Sharitori not going to matter nearly as much. Lesperi still on the FC for Wait We're Goated. And this is just looking like a stomp, dude. You already have a really big score lead going on, 200k plus in the favor of Wait We're Goated, as they are just dominating this matchup. The skill cap from these players really paying dividends on a lot of these higher star rating picks. We talked about the qualifiers pool being similar to semis, but that looks at the 4v4 picks, not at these 2v2s and 1v1s, and these higher skill cap players for the side of Wait We're Goated are doing so much for this roster.
This is not okay from Lesperi. He's still FCing this. He's holding 95. This is kind of insane. I think it's like, oh no, there's the miss. Oh dude, that was a crazy run though from Lesperi. What an insane play. It's the 1v2. And it's by no means an easy map to do that one on. Great play once again from Lesperi.
Yeah, there's one hidden FC on the leaderboard for this map, and it's from Enri. So this is a really tricky map. There's one hidden FC, one Hard Rock FC on this map, and one No Mod FC. And that's it. There's 3 FCs total. This map is kind of demon. So that score from Lesperi, very, very good. And solid run from Wait We're Goated to bring themselves up to a 4-0 lead. They have next pick as well, trying to put it at match point 5-0 with this next one. Again, they did ban out that DT3, but I feel like with how they played on some of these mechanics picks so far, you can really expect them to maybe lean into the DT2, maybe lean into the DT4. But even then, they've won on the No Mod 4 as well. There's a lot of other things left in this pool that they could, I think, pick pretty comfortably into.
Yeah, there's plenty to work with here, and with the buffer, they can afford to, I guess, relax a little bit. It's not too much pressure if the next one gets dropped too. So, yeah, it's looking roses right now for Wait We're Goated. In terms of the stuff they go into, though, I mean, last time they did go into that No Mod 4, which was, I think, very much a skill cap map. And if they want to go into some high player count mechanics, No Mod 3 might not be a bad shout. The big old aim boy, and yep, that's where they're going. That's where they're going.
Yeah, so, have you ever heard of Grand Senpai, Dooms? Have you ever heard of Grand Senpai as a mapper? Well, Jordan LR7 made his own Grand Senpai map, and that's basically what this map is. Jordan LR7, of course, noted Australian tournament veteran from a few years ago. You may not have seen him in the OS World Cup this year, but you may have seen him in the OS World Cup basically any year before 2022. This is his own version of some aim shred. 7.6 stars is an underrating of this map, as there's pretty much no bursts that would bring the star rating up by quite a margin if they existed at all in the map. With the star rating rework, this map I think went down from like 7.8 to 7.6 or something like that. Pretty big nerf from the star rating changes with the changes to aim star rating a while back.
Nary a burst to be found in this one. If you want to tap buttons, you want to tap one button on this one. Maybe two. If you want to alternate it, if you insist, you can go for it. But otherwise, it's all aim all the time. And Les Perry, Sharitori, Sigi on the side of Goated. They ain't going to mind that too much. I wonder how Washingtowa is going to deal on this one. I feel like they have decent aim players on their roster. But as a 3v3, it looks like a tough one to take for me. Especially with something like super consistent high star rating aim like this. It's a different kettle of fish to, I guess maybe your more classic No Mod 1 aim style that dips and valleys in difficulty somewhat.
Yeah, it's a little less consistent in difficulty than your, graveyard aim practice sorts of maps, but I mean, it's pretty close up there with a lot of them. And as you said, you really only need one key for the majority of it. There's a few triples here and there, but really a lot of this is just pure aim. How well can Washingtowa do on this? Can they bring this back toward their side a little bit? Because this is pretty dire straits for them. If they lose this pick, they are down match point for the entire rest of the match. This is loser's bracket as well, so if they lose this match, they're out of the tournament. So fighting for the tournament life is Washingtowa right now on this pick, really.
See if the classic aim map RNG comes into play, and that's not a pun on his name. But maybe he'll be the one, we'll see. Get into the first chorus, so I guess... Like I said, this map doesn't really spike much in the choruses as you'd expect. A tiny bit. So a bit of a diff buff. Sigi is the first one to break on Team Goated, though, followed by Sharitori, so it's only Les Perry left early on.
Sperry, a tough player to see missing on this, honestly, with, again, some really ridiculous aim consistency scores in solo. There goes RNG, so the aim map RNG does come in, not on the right side there for Washingtowa, but still two FCs on Twilight and Jacob 3 versus just the FC on Sperry for Wait We're Goated. Can Sperry hold on and secure this point, or can Twilight and Jacob 3 secure a break point in the first point of the match for Washingtowa? It's looking good so far, but we're barely halfway through this map at this point, I think.
Yeah, plenty more to go. Jacob and Les Perry specifically looking rock solid, hitting the center of these notes. Twilight hitting the edges of a few of them, though. Jacob's the one to break, though. It's only Twilight left on Team Washingtowa, so it's a 1v1 now on those FCs. And, yeah, you'd think... Oh, no, there goes Twilight as well, so it's only Les Perry left. And here we go. Going up the gears here for Les Perry.
Luckily for Washingtowa, multiple breaks coming through for Sigi and Sharitori. RNG had a little bit of extra combo there. Had about 300, 400 combo before missing once again, but as I said before, it's Les Perry with the FC, and that's not a player you can see missing all that often on a map like this. The aim consistency for Les Perry on Nomad is something else, honestly. This guy's very, very good on these basic Nomad aim mechanics, and well, the score lead is only 30k now, Dooms, and it's going down pretty rapidly back in favor of Wait We're Goated. Washingtowa is going to need a miracle here to bring this home, as now the score comes back to the side of Wait We're Goated for the first time since the beginning of this map. And the first major score lead that Washingtowa has held all match long is now all for nothing, as Les Perry continues to combo this into the ending, still holding this FC with what is that, 2 100s, 3 100s there. Still just going strong. No troubles at all for one of the best tournament players in Thailand.
Nary the world, Dio. Les Perry is an absolute beast, and every map he's played, he's top scored, I think. This is the biggest of the lot. Final jumps, he finally gets the break on the screen jumps right at the end. You can't blame him, though. It's another masterclass here from Les Perry in how to carry your team when you need it the most. What a play once again.
RNG with a good recovery there near the end, and Twilight and Jacob 3, all three of them actually outscoring both Shari, Tori, and Sigi. It's really just the Lesperi difference. 850k on that map. 4 miss all right at the end is all it takes there. As yeah, if you have one player who can carry your team really hard, that's all you need on a map like this. You know, you get into the semifinals, and yeah, triple 500k is an awesome team score from Washingtowa, but it just doesn't matter. They still lose it by about 100k or so. And that is going to be the match point now, 5-0 in this one for Wait We're Goated, and nothing really that Washingtowa can do, unfortunately. Solid scores from all of them, but just all for nothing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. As mentioned, it's a good team score from Washingtowa, but the Les Perry difference is a tangible thing. And we just witnessed it in full flow. And the gambit is going to be that hidden 1v1.
Oh boy.
Breaking out the Coco Soko. Let's go.
This is some some hype beast pooling. we put this in the pool specifically because we knew that this is going to be a really interesting an interesting map to watch. I think this is a kind of an odd one. They did lose the Nomad for Washingtowa, but Wait We're Goated picked that, and they haven't leaned into the hidden really all that much. We saw the hidden 2, and that was kind of it, but that's a much higher BPM, sort of more mechanics focused picks. This is 3 minutes now for this pick for Washingtowa. We have RNG versus Lesperi for this 1v1. Player names are on the score bar for both of these teams on this map with the 1v1 overlay. And make sure you pay attention to those score bars for basically all the info on this map, as that's where it's all going to be. Coco Soko, a very, very well-known map, 7.6 stars, super high spacing, 150 BPM alt. If memory serves, the first ever FC on this was actually no, not a hidden FC, but we do have a hidden FC on this map now, thanks to Zoodinator. Few no-mod FCs on this, but this is really tricky with it.
Yeah, it's flow aim, but it's flow aim that takes all sorts of wacky angles and tiny little spacing changes in between you have to manage. And on hidden, it just becomes exponentially tougher due to, you know, obviously the nature of hidden. So naturally, you need someone very competent on hidden reading to manage a combo on something like this tough and also this long. Les Perry's in, who has done no wrong in this match so far. I don't blame him. Could have had Sharitorian for this as well. It's going to be RNG to take him on, though, for Washingtowa to keep the tournament alive in what is going to be a match point here for Team Goated.
Alright, starting off, both players holding the FC, and no troubles at the beginning of the map, but honestly, the beginning of the map, one of the easier parts there, even with the intro still being relatively difficult. Neither player missing on the intro is still pretty solid. Now the first PI time, this is where that aim control that Doomsday was talking about really comes into play. These parts can be so difficult. Neither player dropping so far, and it's looking good for both teams here. Slightly better accuracy for Lesperi, but score difference negligible at this point. And there's a first miss actually from Lesperi. It's RNG with combo lead near the end of this first PI time. Can he continue to hold and build up a little bit of a score lead here in this 1v1? Potentially bring home a point for Washingtowa. It's way too early to call, but looking good for RNG so far.
It's an opportunity just to keep his nerve into reverse, so it's a good time to have that combo advantage. There's the early miss though, so it's only going to be about 50k for Washingtowa. Les Perry has an opportunity to pull it back. The accuracy very even, so in terms of comfort, it's quite even between these two. We're just watching that inconsistency, I suppose, on the style. Oh, here goes a few misses from RNG now, though. He's dropped a few. He's chain missing. His score is dipping. And Les Perry smells blood. He has got the miss, but he is gaining slowly as RNG is finding some issues now.
Yeah, it's those chain misses that lose you score on Score V2, and despite the misses that still come out for Les Perry, more consistent on the combo in that second PI, less chain misses for Les Perry is going to mean that he's got the score lead now. He's got the combo lead to boot, 120 combo or so in the lead for Les Perry. And now you're looking at pretty rough shakes for Washingtowa. This is match point already. They are 5-0 up in this match, but there goes another miss for Les Perry. RNG's going to trade it, though. More chain misses coming out of the Washingtonian, and now it's just whoever chain misses less at the end here, Dooms. Can they both hold on to a little bit of combo? It's been Les Perry to be ever so slightly better on those chain misses, and there goes another one for RNG. I think that might be the map. We're getting close to the ending here, as Les Perry now with a little bit of a combo lead, a little bit of an act lead, and yeah, way fewer misses, 23 misses to 38 right now, as Les Perry just ever so more consistent with holding on to any combo during these PIs. RNG, though, does have a little bit of a combo lead at the moment. It's really just whether he can keep it. That's been the trouble.
I think he needs another break, really. And here's the ending. The note density is pretty low. It's going to be quite close, though. A tight one. Good fight. RNG had a good attempt there. But once you hit the halfway point, the consistency just started to drop off a little bit on a map like this. You can't blame him. Les Perry had that little bit more, and he's going to be the one to take it home. What a performance from Les Perry, and what a performance from Wait We're Goated, because they're going to be moving on.
Solid match from Wait We're Goated. 6-0 sweep out of Washingtowa, and now Washingtowa out of the tournament. We thank them for playing. They make the top 12, but they are ultimately upset here in the semifinals in losers bracket by Wait We're Goated, and they will be exiting the tournament in this round. Wait We're Goated moving on into the top 8. Their position secured there in losers round 3, and they will face off against the winner of Sweden Sweep incoming versus Watson. That match at 16 UTC. We do have another one coming up in about 20 minutes between Monkey Deluxe and Stockfish. So don't go anywhere, or, grab a snack, grab a drink, come on back in about 20 minutes for that one.
Oh, yeah.
Couple of housekeeping things before we go, though. Thanks as well to our sponsors Wacom and Drunk Deer for providing some prizes for this tournament. We have a 40% discount code on Wacom products, code SSOT40 for specifically Intuos products on Wacom site, and a 20% off code for all Drunk Deer products on their site, code OSCO. So as a recap, once again, congrats to Wait We're Goated 6-0 victory over Washingtowa, and a clean sweep. We did not even get the second round of bans there. Unfortunately, Washingtowa cleaned out of the match before they got the opportunity to put in that second round of bans or take a point, and the pick's just not working out for them, Dims.
Not quite, no. Not today, but Washingtowa, they can give themselves a pat on the back for a solid tournament. Qualifying at all for this tournament is an achievement in and of itself, but they took a really good win against a strong team in Jashin no Konrei, who we're going to be seeing later on today. So they've had some good results in this matchup for some very strong US players here, some very promising players in that roster as well. That I can't wait to see what they bring for the rest of the year. And hopefully we see them back in SSOT in the future, because I'm sure this won't be the last we see of those guys, that's for sure.
Definitely not. So once again, congratulations to Wait We're Goated. They move on into the top 8 and they face the winner of Sweden Sweep incoming versus Watson. Next up on stream, we're going to have Monkey Deluxe versus Stockfish, also in the losers bracket. That match starting in 20 minutes. So we'll take a short break and we will be back soon with the next matchup. Stay tuned.
back to SSOT, the semi-finals. Continuing on, ain't no breaks on this train. And the next one we have coming up is another losers bracket matchup between Grease Monkey Deluxe and Stockfish. Two strong teams, which maybe it's a little bit surprising to hear that they're fighting for their lives in the losers bracket, but here we are. That is SSOT this year. We're back. I'm Doomsday, back on for another one, and joined once again by the one and only Dio. What's up, mate?
Good morning, Dims. Yeah, Stockfish actually getting upset in round of 16 by Sweden sweep incoming on the other side of the losers bracket. Seed 4 losing out to seed 13 in that round of 16 match, so they find their way into the losers bracket here. And Grease Monkey Deluxe losing to seed number 2 in the quarterfinals, so seed 7 finding their way in. This is a notably high-seeded matchup. This side of the losers bracket, all top 8 teams on this side of the bracket. And, of course, seed number 4 in this match is not really who you expect to see in the losers bracket this early on, but here we are. And so this is going to be the matchup of the day. I think these two are going to be very, very strong teams and pretty close in seeding overall, with seed 4 versus seed 7 in qualifiers being relatively similar in stature on this difficulty of map pool.
Yeah, at this level of difficulty, there isn't going to be too much to split these two teams up. I think they've got strengths in similar places as well. And some of the... straight away, I look at some of the gimmicky maps in this pool, and when you look at the two rosters, you've got some players that are going to have some interesting fights on them. Here's the brackets, though, as we're looking before we get into that, though. The losers bracket set up, and it's kind of messed up already. You've got... Well, right at the top there, Optimus, Prime Rib, and Jashin Konrei is another pretty strong one, as well as this matchup we're about to show you. There's just so many strong teams in the losers bracket pretty early on, really.
Well, we are in semifinals. Of course, in winners bracket, we have I'm Korean 2 and Empath, seed 1 and seed 5. So seed 5 making it through after the 4th seed Stockfish was upset in that round of 16. And of course, Suntan versus Chippy Chippy Choppa Choppa, seed 2 versus seed 3 on the other side of winners bracket there. So that's going to be a good matchup tomorrow. Keep an eye out for that one. As for today's matches, once again, I think this match and Optimus Prime Rib versus Jashin Konrei are going to be two of the best matches of the day. So I'm happy to be casting this one. We'll take a look at the qualifier results for both teams here shortly, as these are, again, a couple of teams with some slightly different results that would have you believe slightly different things about them. Both teams pretty strong on no mod generally, but a little bit better for the aim consistency on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. And with kind of similar scores across that no mod pool. The hidden pool, a really interesting one, as hidden 1 definitely better for Grease Monkey Deluxe than for Stockfish. Number 4 overall on that hidden 1 for Grease Monkey Deluxe, but number 12 on the hidden 2, number 16 on the hidden 3, really struggling on some of those. But of course, number 3 on the Nomad 2, number 4 on the hidden 1, some standout scores there early on for them. Really not any other great scores in the qualifiers until you get to that DT pool for Grease Monkey Deluxe, with a very good team score on the DT1, number 3 overall in qualifiers. So I think a lot of the modded maps in this tournament, Grease Monkey Deluxe may have a little bit of trouble with, as a lot of their good scores are kind of concentrated into that no mod pool. 3 of their 5 scores that they were top 8 on in the qualifiers, all in that no mod pool. And no mod 1, they were number 9 as well. So getting really close on all 4 of those no mods.
Yeah, there's a clear skew there, you can see. But I feel like, particularly on this map pool, there's a few of the picks that you've cooked up for the semifinals that I think are going to suit some of the players in Grease Monkey Deluxe really well. This matchup, I don't think, is one where they can really flex on it as much, though. I'm looking particularly in some of those reading sides of maps, of course. Straight away, DT1 is a thing. Of course, you have Yolk's Pie, who is very well known for that sort of thing, but he's going up against a team with Bidou on it. So you can't really flex that advantage too much. But no, I agree. In terms of the tapping side of it on that DT pool, it's going to be a tough one against a team like Stockfish with the roster they have. And there's their setups now. And overall, really, they were pretty much decent on every single mod category. They were let down a little bit by that No Mod 1 with the seeding right down, but it was a high-scoring, competitive map, that No Mod 1. Not too much in it there, really.
Yeah, and actually, I want to say the No Mod 1 was kind of low score overall. They were number 17 in the qualifiers with 2 million team score. Number 1 on qualifiers was just 3.2 million team score. So no four-way FCs on that map. And number 3 was below 3 million team score. Like, that was a very competitive map, as you said. But I think in the opposite direction, as you tend to see with some of those higher scoring maps, right? Just very difficult, and a lot of teams having quite a lot of trouble with that pick. So nothing too much lost there on Stockfish for the No Mod 1. Again, Grease Monkey Deluxe also having a little trouble with that map in the 2 million range. But for Stockfish, I mean, a lot of really good scores on the modded maps. Number 1 on Hidden 3, number 1 on Hard Rock 3, number 3 on the Hard Rock 2, top 8 on every DT map. This team has some very, very good mod players. And I feel like you can't really overstate that in a format like this, because you don't get that extended no mod pool, right? You have free mod picks where multiple players are required to take a mod, and sometimes you only have 2 players playing a free mod pick, right? So you both need to take a mod. Sometimes you only have 3, so there's only 1 player who can go no mod, right? This is not your standard 4v4 format where you can kind of, okay, we'll pick no mods with the extended no mod pool, and then we'll pick a lot of free mods so that we can take no mod and just have our mod specialists go hidden in Hard Rock. No, you need to be good on basically everything. And I think this format suits a team like Stockfish really well, with players like Badu, like Eternum, like Lucrece, like Swaggy, Kamenchik, all of these players, Gary, Lifeline, all really, really solid. Rolly as well, on particular mods that they are very, very strong on. So I think a lot of these players are going to be very well suited to a format like this. That's not to say that the format is necessarily bad for Grease Monkey Deluxe. I think they'll be able to put up a really good show here. But I think on paper, you look at Stockfish as the favored team in this matchup, both by seeding and by roster. So Grease Monkey Deluxe with a little bit of an uphill battle in this match, but I think would be able to give us a pretty good show here.
Yeah, you raised a good point there, actually. Yeah, with those mod scores, with there being such a big disparity between the 2 teams, actually, that does spell some trouble here for Grease Monkey Deluxe. But in a team format like this, you don't know what to expect. And I do think you have the players to make stuff happen there, particularly on the lower play count sides of the pool. Because they do have a couple of good specialists that can do well on stuff like that. But maybe once you get up into the higher echelon of the player numbers, it might be trickier for them, but we will see. Looks like we're going to be getting stuck into it in just a minute. So, yeah, it is time to get down to business, Dio.
It is time to get down to business. We're here. Grease Monkey Deluxe versus Stockfish. Second matchup of the weekend in semifinals. Let's get it started.
Here we go then. Another losers bracket matchup. We're seeing one of these 2 teams, 2 very strong teams going down. And if it ends up being Stockfish, that would really be the shock of many a tournament. But Grease Monkey Deluxe are no slouch either. Looks like Stockfish are going to be kicking us off with the picks, though, for their first map of this matchup. I feel like there's plenty of choice for them depending on how they're feeling today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's some very good DT players on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. You have players like Paper Candle, Andro, Penguinzy, Rafis on their side, who are all really good on DT. So I don't know if they want to just instantly head into the double time for the side of Stockfish. I feel like, if anything, probably the Hard Rock pool is looking pretty solid to them, or the hidden pool there as well. You do have some pretty solid hidden players on their side. Players like Suwagi and Badu can potentially 2v2 a hidden pick and just hard carry it for the team. So maybe they'll look to stuff like that. That said, this 2v2 hidden pick is maybe not quite up Badu's alley, so maybe we pick the hidden one instead. But nope, going to be the no mod 3v3 aim consistency focus to start things off here for Stockfish. Players like Badu, Suwagi, Lifeline, all really, really solid on that aim consistency. I wouldn't be surprised to see any of those 3. Rolly as well, pretty solid on the aim. Kamenchik and Lifeline as well, very solid aim players. So I think a lot of choice here for the side of Stockfish in this one.
if you look at the qualifier results, of course, the No-Mod 1 was low for Stockfish, but it is the sort of map where your average score disparity can be really high one day, really low the other day. Doesn't mean too much. They're gonna be fine here. But I think the opponents are going to be a threat as well. But looks like the players are getting in. They're getting Rolly in. Honda as well coming in for this, who's a pretty old school player at this point. It's really cool to see Honda playing SSOT alongside a Bunny Like Money, a very strong American mechanics player to round out their roster. Oh yeah, they're just moving around. He's still in there. Stockfish though, take your pick. Take your pick.
I'm a little surprised to see Lucrece in for this. Always a player who, at least in the past, has complained about him. But I think on a map like this, where it's much more focused on the raw aim mechanics and less so on stuff like pattern aim, that he sometimes tends to have trouble with squares. He might be a little bit better on stuff like this. And it's actually just a full Romanian roster here for the side of Stockfish. So Lucrece, Rolly, Eternum all going in for this one. Solid roster, I think, for this team. All three of them very, very good Romanian mechanics players. And Romania, a team in the US World Cup, actually very well known for being a strong mechanics team in particular, despite the presence of Badu on that roster every year.
You know, so they lost a move about. I got a little bit confused earlier, my bad. Bunny Like Money, Penguinsy, and Melva for Grease Monkey Deluxe. Because Rolly, of course, is playing for Stockfish. Penguinsy and Melva, two strong Norwegian players. Penguinsy in particular, very strong on the aim mechanics, very strong on the speed mechanics as well, if that comes up later on. So a very capable roster on something like this. But this is, as you mentioned earlier, proper, consistent, graveyard, multiplayer, lobby, bait, aim mapping. Very high SR and very consistent.
Graveyard multiplayer lobby bait is certainly one way to describe this map. I don't think you're wrong. That's just a very funny way to describe this map. Yeah, this is already off to a really rough start for Stockfish, actually. Double break for Rolly and Eternum Crease to hold on to the only FC for them right now. Two FCs for Bunny Like Money and Melver on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. Penguinsy, definitely a good mechanics player, but I think far stronger on the DT mechanics than on No-Mod, so you're going to expect him, I think, to be a little worse off on this map than some of the other mechanics players in the lobby, particularly Melver is a very good hard rock and No-Mod mechanics player. And there goes Bunny Like Money for the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. Lucrece will match the trade, and Melver drops as well now, but there's no combo on Stockfish to take advantage of this TI time. Both teams breaking all over the place at the start of this map, and whether it's just first map shakes or some adjustment to the match overall, both teams are starting off with some pretty low combos here at the start of the map. We'll see who that favors going into the rest of it. Very small score lead right now for Grease Monkey Deluxe.
It's a chaotic start, no doubt. I take it just first map jitters, and something like this, it's a good warm-up to get your aim going, no doubt. Ever so slight with Grease Monkey Deluxe, but really, I don't think we can call anything yet, Dio. We're waiting for a team to find some comfort here from somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of combo once again back on Eternum and Melver, but those are really the only two players with any of that comfort, as you said, on this map. Highest scores for Lucrece and Melver right now on each team. Eternum now just set to overtake Lucrece, but it's another miss for both Lucrece and Eternum on the side of Stockfish. And Melver and Bunny Like Money holding some combo here for Grease Monkey Deluxe. There go Bunny Like Money and Penguinsy, but Penguinsy missing is not going to impact all too much here. It's all Melver right now for Grease Monkey Deluxe. The first player to hit that 300k mark, and a big part of why the score lead is on their side.
It seems like Melver's the first one to try and take this game by the horns, I suppose. We get into the ending now where things get a little bit spicier in terms of spacing, just by a little bit. And with that break, you may know that he's in a position to take this one home. He can hold it together.
And rewarded with some freer combo here during this section as well, is Melver now holding on to that near 600 combo. A little bit of good combo for everyone during this part, as excuse me, to ease the map, helping out a lot of players during this section. A little bit of score built up for both sides. And, you know, less than 100,000 score lead, Dooms. With these kinds of combos, if one side finds a full miss, this could instantly swap back over to the side of Stockfish. This is their first pick again. This is looking like a break point for Grease Monkey Deluxe. And can they hold on? It's multiple breaks for everyone. 6-way miss, and that is going to seal it up, it seems like. About 100,000 score lead for Grease Monkey Deluxe now, as Melver able to hold on just slightly longer than everyone else in the lobby during the ending here.
Yeah, that's going to be a job done there for Melver. Great way to kick off this one against the higher seeded opponent. So, pure mechanics, 3v3, no problem for Grease Monkey Deluxe, but chaotic. But that's all the Grease Monkey need to try and steal a point, and that's what they're going to get. Very nicely done there. Nice 500k from Melver right there. Getting his consistency down pat very well at the start of this one.
I do have to say I was a little surprised at the roster for Stockfish on this one. I feel like with players like Badu and Suwagi and Lifeline on this roster, I feel like they could have had an extremely strong aim roster for this. So to see Lucrece, Rolly, Eternum come in for this, you know, none of those are bad players at all. But I was very surprised because that's not usually their specialty, especially Lucrece and Eternum. Very, very good speed mechanics players. I kind of expect them to see them in alongside players like Yari and Kamenchik on some of the speed maps, but not necessarily on that aim mechanics. So I'm wondering exactly how much of the team is here right now for Stockfish with the players that we have seen, because despite how good the 3 players we saw are for them, I do think that the aim roster would benefit from players like Suwagi and Lifeline and Badu coming in for Stockfish. So early breakpoint regardless for Grease Monkey Deluxe. A good start for them on that map. Solid score for Melver in particular, and Bunny Like Money with that second best score on their roster, both having some really solid runs in comparison to the players from Stockfish. And now we actually get speed mechanics for the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe, running with the Nomad 1v1 here, Embraced by the Flame.
Okay, I think in a 1v1 on something, I guess, mid BPM for stamina, right? 215 long streams. It's a pretty decent one for Grease Monkey Deluxe, but it's a contested one. It's a contested one. And I suppose that might change depending on who's available. I mean, hopefully, surely Stockfish have a tapping legend available for this one with their roster. Speaking of tapping legends, it's Rafis in for Grease Monkey Deluxe, and you can't get more old school than that.
I mean, this guy's been around for how long, right? So,
yeah.
Tapping legend indeed. 215 BPM should be pretty comfy for Raptors, I think.
I'm sure he'll be fine with the aim side of it as well, particularly in the second half, where the spacing really ramps up. He's going to be taking on Eternum, who is very, very strong at flow aim himself. Honestly, it's a pretty tight head-to-head. I'd almost give the edge to Eternum, but on this style of pick, it might just come down to how consistent they're feeling, really. And that says a lot, considering this map is 8 stars.
Yep. Yeah, this is a very hard one. We saw in the last match about the first 500 combo on this is relatively easy in comparison, not so long, with the streams and the stamina not playing as big a part. A lot more kind of aim consistency at this higher BPM with some shorter 16 BPM or 16 note streams in this. But for now, get both of these players settled into the map. Looks like an early 1 miss for, never mind, Bancho. All right, cool. SS for a tournament at the start here. A tournament, one of the most well-known space stream players in the tournament, honestly. Every time the US World Cup runs around, you usually just expect to see this guy in on every space stream pick in the tournament for Romania. All right, both players making it through that first 500 combo, that first diff spike out of the way, and now it's all into the second half of the map. 1x100 for both players as we get into the back half here.
Yeah, making that first half look easy, but now things start ramping up just a little bit. Some act drops now from Rafis, a couple from Eternum, but that's really it. Not a lot in it. Will someone find a cough on the aim? It's going to be Rafis that finds one. He gets the break. Eternum still FC-ing.
Again, this map is near 8 stars. This is a really, really difficult Space Stream mechanics pick. There goes Eternum! He completely chain misses, but I don't think there's enough for Rafis. He finds some chain misses as well here near the end. And it is going to be sealed up for Eternum. 100,000 score lead, not going to change here, as Rafis not able to take advantage of that miss, not able to hold the combo to be able to bring it back to the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. And that is going to be 1-1 tied up now by Eternum for Stockfish.
It felt like it came down to that one miss aim on a corner for Rafis. And then they both chain missed pretty much at the exact same moment, dropping almost the exact same hack. So a little bit of max combo deciding it, not a lot at all. But that is going to be the 1-1. Both teams immediately dropping their first pick. So a crazy start to this one, Neo.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting of a start here for both the teams, as neither of their first picks working out. With no bans, the pick not working out definitely points to some strategy errors for the teams at the start here, because I think both of them are just very, very good teams, but reading the first pick wrong for both teams and dropping some breakpoints there. And I think kind of expected performances for both of these teams, right? If you have a really good aim roster for the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe, picking into that aim feels a little bit better. That's what we saw in the qualifiers as well, was Grease Monkey Deluxe a little bit better on the aim. And on the DT maps, on a lot of the speed in the pool, Stockfish doing a little bit better. So I think just making sense there with the way those first two maps went. As now we get into the bans for both of these teams. Grease Monkey Deluxe, I think after that first pick goes the way it does, I feel like, again, just based off the qualifier results, you probably want to ban out these sorts of DT speed maps. Things like the DT3 or the DT2 feel like really good bans for this team.
Yeah, I'd agree. But that's not where they're going, actually. Before we can even speculate, they're banning Hidden 1. So the 1v1 ult pick, Kokosoko, is gone. Not the pick I expected, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely not the pick I was expecting either, but, Stockfish has Badu, so fair enough.
Yeah,
and,
I suppose so.
The hidden 4v4 banned out by Stockfish here, I think, is definitely a little interesting. You do have some good hidden players on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe, players like Yolkspie in particular, very, very strong on that tech. But honestly, a lot of this roster just screams mechanics to me. Players like Paper Candle, Andros, Penguinzi, Melver, Rafis, all really, really good mechanics players. So a little surprised at that ban, but maybe just not comfortable on that tech pick in the 4v4 for the side of Stockfish, as they now go into this free mod 1v1 Dangerous Jungle by Lar. This 160 BPM aim control and changes between 120, 160, and 240 BPM finger control.
Yeah, this map is, well, for one, it's a really cool map, first of all. It's also a very, very hard map. These one picks throughout this map pool are definitely nasty, even in comparison to what we've seen so far in this tournament. This one's no exception. It's all sorts of different disciplines of ult control, rhythm control, and high BPM jump aim at times are some of the patterns in this. It's wacky. It's a big skill cap map. You need some strong players to do well on this, and well, the players we're seeing in the lobby, Melver for Grease Monkey Deluxe versus Lucrece on Team Stockfish. An interesting set of players for this one, actually.
I feel like we may see double hard rock on this. This is CS 3.5, so double hard rock not as punishing as before. Obviously, the aim control much more difficult, the act much more difficult on hard rock, but hidden makes this so tricky with the aim control. And I know Lucrece in particular definitely going to prefer the hard rock. I know Melver as more of a hard rock player than a hidden player, but I could be wrong there. I'm not super familiar with Melver as a player, so maybe I'll be guessing wrong here, but I would have to guess double hard rock here for both of these players. And no, it is that hidden for Melver, so going with two different mods here. Hard rock for Lucrece on this map, and we'll see both of these players how well they can do on separate mods for this one. I think CS 4.4 or so on the hard rock, and of course hidden making more aim control difficult in its own way there.
The big circle size can be a little bit weird to read for some people, so some people may prefer the smaller CS for the reading side of things, but Melver is a very all-round player, so yeah, you can mix and match on the hidden or the hard rock. I think your hard rock's not too crazy if you don't mind that smaller CS with it already being large CS. Anyways, here's the spiciness now, getting into those 1-6 bursts, and Melver at the moment making full use of that hidden. Some nice combo gaming here. 96% is pretty decent, actually, considering those bursts as well. Good start here for these monkeys.
And this was their pick as well, so really well picked from Grease Monkey at the start here. Lucreece having way more trouble on these back and forth 240 BPM jumps, and or 320 BPM jumps, really, with that defeat alt pattern. Melver will finally find a break, not before accruing a 100,000 score lead there at the start. 94 to 89 accuracy as well. And this hidden pick working out really well for Melver in comparison to the Hard Rock from Lucreece. Hard Rock makes the ack on this really, really difficult. This is OD 9.3, so far easier to ack on hidden. And this is just some kind of insane mapping. Unfortunately, Lucreece having way more trouble on the Hard Rock with this one than Melver is. Melver nearly double score at this point, closing in on that 340k mark. Does finally find another drop, but the damage is almost just already done. I don't even know if there's a way for Lucreece to come back in this one at this point.
Nah, Lucreece definitely having some issues on the harder mechanics here. But the hidden side of things not really causing Melver many issues at all. He's actually holding this extremely well on the hidden.
I don't know how you hit these patterns on hidden. This is actually nuts.
It's a really nice score, actually.
Yeah, 400k on this with hidden is still very, very good. That is a solid score at the end, especially. Some of those patterns are just nuts. So really, really good score from Melver. I mean, that's more than double Lucreece's score. Very, very good run there.
That's going to be another breakpoint, I believe. Melver right now having a good game after that no mod 3 as well. So far, so good here for Melver, man, on his team. Yeah, I think the hard rock into that. I think it was just a case of going up against a pretty good score, though, for Lucreece there. Just a tough matchup there for him.
Yeah, and that is, as you said, yet another breakpoint here at the start of the match. So 3 breakpoints in a row to start us off. And solid win for Melver on that one. The skill cap there, especially on some of those later stage patterns in the map, just really, really tricky. And unfortunately, that pick not working out for Stockfish. Grease Monkey Deluxe now looking to consolidate on the breakpoint there. We'll see how well that goes for them. Not exactly sure what they want to go with. It's going to be the DT 4v4 pick. Some DT aim mapped by Nanoya. So Grease Monkey Deluxe picking the Romanian map into the Romanian team. We'll see whether there's any home court advantage for Stockfish on this one. But Grease Monkey Deluxe going with that DT aim consistency. This one, I think, far more manageable of a map, but you do need a full 4-player roster for this map to work out.
I think Grease Monkey have that, especially after seeing that no mod 3, which, I mean, I guess the no mod versus high AR DT aim is a different thing, but I think the no mod 3 was a bit more of a hardcore map with it being fully consistent. This one's a bit more on the sort of standard-ish side, and I think will suit their mechanics players better. But it is a 4v4 compared to the 4v4 of Stockfish, and we know their team is incredibly stacked. And again, it kind of depends on who they have. I see Carmen Chick in, so they do have Carmen Chick Stockfish, and that is a nice boon for them, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Stockfish, I was again wondering exactly like who is here for the roster. We've only seen Romanian players, and we have not seen two yet for the side of Stockfish. So I'm wondering still exactly how many players are here. But Kamenchik being here is definitely solid for them. Opens up some more of those mechanics options, and especially stuff in the DT pool. I think looks much more attractive with Kamenchik here. Kamenchik, of course, one of the players for Kazakhstan that forced Japan to tiebreaker in the OS World Cup, and has already climbed to rank 15. Was, I think, rank 37 on the sheet when registrations ended, but is already in top 15. This guy's closing in on top 10. He is really, really good. So looking forward to seeing exactly what he can do on this map. As for the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe, they picked this map, looking to consolidate a breakpoint. A lot of good DT players from them on this one. Rafis, Andros, Penguinzi, and Bunny Like Money in for this map, looking to keep their breakpoint advantage and bring home the first advantage of the match.
That's a very good roster actually for this that Grease Monkey put together. On a DT aim pick, they're well set, but we'll see how it works out. So far so good though. 2 FCs versus 1 very early on in favour of Grease Monkey. Rafis and Andros holding the FCs for Grease Monkey there.
Another couple of breaks for the side of Stockfish as well. Broly breaking now once again. It's just Kamenchik holding the FC here. Rafis will drop for the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe, so it's Andros versus Kamenchik on the 1v1 right now. But far better supporting combo for Andros on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. Penguinzi and Bunny Like Money both holding pretty solid combos. Only Lucreece was any semblance of combo there for Stockfish. There goes Andros, and now it's just Kamenchik on the FC, but there's so much extra combo on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe, I don't think it's going to matter. The extra support is not there for Kamenchik on the side of Stockfish.
It might be there now though. Bunny gets the break, so it's looking pretty decent now for Stockfish now with their recoveries. Penguinzi has so much weight he needs to carry here. His accuracy is looking really good, but he's got to hold this reverse choke. The Stockfish are bearing him down right now.
Yeah, if not for Penguinzi, this would have already gone over, and it is still switching to the side of Stockfish. Penguinzi needs to hold and needs a break, honestly, from somebody on Stockfish. There goes Eternum. Lucreece still holding some extra combo. Kamenchik still trying to bring it home here for Stockfish.
Oh,
and there goes Lucreece, though. It's just Kamenchik and Penguinzi. They're the only combos in the lobby. A little extra combo on Rockets and Bunny Like Money here near the end. Can the nerves be held for either of these players? No, Kamenchik drops, and now it's just Penguinzi and Grease Monkey Deluxe. I think they have it.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Rafis is going to take it home a little bit. Penguinzi holding his nerve. Kamenchik loses the staring contest there. It's a very good score for him though, but it might just be enough. I mean, Rafis gets the break, but they still have the combo Grease Monkey. They're still fine.
Bunny Like Money with a little bit of extra combo there. Rafis and Andros with some combo alongside Penguinzi, and I think they'll be able to take this home. 200,000 score lead and climbing here near the end of the map. And the Romanian map will not go the way of the Romanians. It's going to go the way of Grease Monkey Deluxe. The Nordic team plus Bunny Like Money bringing it home here for a 3-1 advantage. And the first, the first one pick for either of these teams, the first successful pick for either of these teams in this match.
Yep, someone's finally got a good pick out here, and yeah, the superpower DT aim roster making it work there. Fair play to Penguinzi coming in for this one. Solid 99% AC as well. More miscounts than 100s. That's an aim map for you. But you got to give shout outs to Kamenchik as well with this 700k. We expect him to do well, and looks like he's firing on all cylinders today. But it is going to be a 2-point lead here for the lower seeded team, Dio.
Yeah, lower seeded team now up 3-1 in this match. As you said, the 2-point lead for them. And the first successful pick for either team in this matchup so far. Solid shout on the DT4 for Grease Monkey Deluxe. Of course, Penguinzi with the 740k versus Kamenchik on the 700k. But the rest of the team all above that 400k mark. And unfortunately, some struggles for a couple of the players on the side of Stockfish on that map. So not quite able to bring that same level of overall team consistency. Not every player up to snuff and matching their partner on the side of Stockfish will give that about 200k score lead over to Grease Monkey Deluxe. And now Stockfish on the back foot as the number 4 seed in the tournament, needing to find some kind of success here with their next pick. If you give up another breakpoint, well, after Grease Monkey Deluxe have already found a way to take points, that starts to become a little bit more difficult to win. They are going to go with that hidden 3v3. Time to say goodbye. This is some 250 BPM AR 9.5 pattern aim. Lots of anti-aim in this map in particular, with a big emphasis on aim control in this pick.
Yeah, this map is awkward. This map just makes your aim hand all uncomfortable just by looking at it. It's anti-aim everywhere. Small spacing into big spacing into small spacing again. On linear angles and geometric shapes and whatnot. And at high BPM. At least the AR is high enough to be pretty comfortable for the players who are going to be involved, right? It's interesting, though, that they've chose to go into more aim after, well, losing 2 aim picks. Going up against Grease Monkey. So we'll see how it pays off. Maybe the hidden side of it and the awkwardness could pay dividends. I think it's a bit of a gambit, to be honest. Looks like we've seen Yolks Pie pop in. Is he going to be playing this one? One of their hidden rune specialists, of course. There's Hunda, old school Norwegian name. Another hidden specialist as well. But more on the speed side of things. He's stepping out. I'd imagine someone like Penguinsy again, or someone like Bunny Like Money maybe. I'm not sure how proficient he is on his awkward hidden name. Bunny Like Money.
I'm not exactly sure, honestly. I feel like this is probably, yeah. I guess I feel like either Rapus or Money Like Money, and there's Rapus coming in. Again, just the aim consistency players being really, really valuable on a map like this. Of course, Yolks Pie kind of the exception to that rule. Lowest ranked player in the lobby, but still a very, very good tournament player and a very good hidden player in particular. So no surprise to see him in for this map. Up against Lucrece, Suwagi, and Kamenchik for Stockfish. Really happy to see Suwagi in particular coming in for a map like this. And of course, Kamenchik and Lucrece both going to be pretty solid on this kind of higher BPM hidden aim.
It looks like one of the teams has taken a tactical timeout at the moment just to get themselves together. So, well, they did anyway, but I think they must have just finished. Must have been a really short one. Here we go. We are kicking off.
We'll wait for Kamenchik to load in there. I think Kamenchik may have actually swapped out at the moment. So I don't think Kamenchik is in the either not in the lobby or not in the right slot. But we saw Kamenchik there earlier, so this may be maybe an abort. I don't actually know. We'll see if the referee has any info for us going into this map, as we'll definitely want to get that sorted before. Yeah, if it's the wrong slots, then we'll definitely want to get that sorted and
it is slots,
move the player. So hopefully we can see that happen before we get too stuck into this map. We're already 200 combo in, so hopefully we can get an abort here very, very soon. Otherwise, we will not be able to see the third player.
Kamenchik's shy. He just wants his he just wants his play to be nice and quiet this time. Quietly going to FC the map off screen. Let's get a little bit of a taste here. It looks like they're still going, so I guess we're just going to roll with this then.
Yeah.
I'll take it. We're rolling with this then, Dio. In the meantime, though, it looks like everyone on Grease Monkey is already broken, though. There goes Lucrece, so everyone on screen is broken. We don't know what... I assume Kamenchik, the third player, I imagine, for Stockfish is doing. Nice little bit of a surprise, I suppose. Early on, though, definitely some ACK issues on the side of Grease Monkey as well. At 94s, 95 there from Yolks. But he was combo gaming really hard, though, as he is known for. But it's looking pretty good for Team Stockfish here. I'm only assuming that Kamenchik must be doing pretty well, though. Double 300k on the team of Stockfish.
Yeah, clearly picking this for a reason. I mean, even with just those two scores, it looks very, very good for them. I mean, only needing 100k, even less from the third player there in Kamenchik to be able to do well enough on this map to win the pick. So you have to assume they're in the lead here. Yolks Pie, the leading score right now for the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe at that 300k mark as well. Unfortunately, a miss from Rafis there in the slow section, going to bring the score down a little bit. And it's all Melver and Yolks Pie right now. Lucrece breaking right before the slow second, I believe, during that part. Get some more 1/3 streams into more of this anti-aim, more of the kind of cut doubles almost looking patterns in this part. There goes Lucrece. It is Suwagi to hold, but everyone breaking for Grease Monkey Deluxe. And there's just not really much score on their side right now. With this 440k for Tsuwagi, even with that miss, I don't know how much it's going to matter. No. Lucrece is matching Yokespie, and, well, you don't need too much more after that.
Well, the way the scorebar is flickering, I think Kamenchik may be doing work off screen. He got, yeah, okay, looks like the results are in. Looks like, yeah, that's definitely a win for Stockfish. Just to let you know, Kamenchik got 600k, so that was pretty dominating in the end from Stockfish on their own pick. So fair play. Going for the aim, and it's working out really well. The awkward aim, really catching out the players on Grease Monkey, it seems. Good pick there.
Yeah, very, very solid win for Grease Monkey Deluxe on that one, and or for Stockfish on that one, excuse me. And now we're getting some successful picks from both of these teams, as Stockfish managed to convert on their own pick, bring us up to 3-2. It is next pick for Grease Monkey Deluxe, so looking to keep that breakpoint advantage they secured earlier in the match. But for now, still up a point and still in a good spot despite the loss on that pick. Very, very good score, by the way, for Kamenchik. 600k on that map, not to be scoffed at. That is a difficult pick, as you saw from the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. A couple 300ks and unfortunate 250k from Rafis there. So that 600k plus, of course, 370k from Lucrece, still respectable. 480k from Tsuwagi, the top score we saw on stream during that map. So really, really good scores for them. As now Grease Monkey Deluxe going into yet another speedy stamina focused pick with that DT3. Was a pick for Grease Monkey Deluxe into the No Mod 1 earlier in this match, but we did see Eternum breakpoint them on that for the side of Stockfish. We'll see if anything similar happens here. A lot of really good speed players again on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. I'm hoping to see Andros come in for this pick for them. It looks like he is in the lobby. We just need to see some slot swaps for both these teams as Eternum up in the top half of the lobby there, and hopefully Andros can move up, join his teammates there near the top, and there it is. It's going to be a really interesting one. This is pretty much some pure stamina at about 230 BPM in the DT4.
Yeah, raw tapping and not super spaced, although at times it does get pretty spaced at this BPM. So it's not non-existent in terms of the aim mechanics here, but no doubt more tapping. And yeah, the way Grease Monkey have been picking, they know exactly what they want to get into. They'll get into all of these speed picks. I guess on the side of Stockfish, seeing Kamenchik in for this is a very good tapping player himself. He's well known for grinding out an FC on Save Me at the moment, DT, and he's gone extremely close, so he's going to be fine here. Eternum as well, another one of their strong tapping players, so they're going to be set up well for this. But the way this match has been going, it should be a good pick for Grease Monkey on paper.
Yeah, turn him better at those space streams in general, but Lucrece actually a very good speed player as well, speed DT player for the side of Stockfish. So hoping to see a good score from him on this map as well. Hasn't had the best match so far for Lucrece. Struggled on the hard rock on that 3-mod 1 earlier, and has had not a lot of standout scores. So hoping to see a good score from Lucrece this time around. That said, if you're rooting for Grease Monkey Deluxe, you're hoping for some good scores from Andros and Winzy and Rafis. All very, very good speed players for this roster.
And the early goings, it's definitely looking like it's a little bit, in terms of like the act side of things, the comfort side of things, in favour of Grease Monkey. Yeah, the early miss from Lucrece, though, going to give him away the combo lead too. Getting some of the more spaced side of the streams now, though. So far, it's not looking to phase any of those big combos. Kamenchik there with a big miss there on that, well, the spaced linear stream. Still 3-way FC for Grease Monkey, though, against just a 1 FC on the side of Eternum for Stockfish. So far so good for the speed team here.
And even with that break now from King Winzy, it's just not going to matter. The score from Andros is really, really solid. The flow aim not catching them off. The flow aim in this map is non-trivial. It is somewhat difficult at times. These long streams are really where it's at. He's still going strong, though, for Stockfish. Andros, a player we haven't seen a lot of recently in the tournament scene, but somebody who really instilled fear in the hearts of men on speed picks back in the day, a couple years ago. Back once again, and same old story for Andros here. 1400 combos, still on the FC, 96 accuracy, only being beaten out by Rapis in this lobby. So these are two players who are clearly very comfortable with the map for the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe, and yeah, this is near double score already for Grease Monkey Deluxe, looking for a 1v3 from Andros on this map if this FC continues, as no combo to be found on the side of Stockfish. And Andros, yeah, 1v3ing the other team at this point. Just too easy. Too easy for this guy. This score is insane.
Andros, take a bow. What a play that was. Incredible stuff. 97%, very solid on this. Especially with the OD on it as well, but it's that FC. That FC, though. Great play.
FC, though. Yeah, that play is kind of ridiculous. Very, very good score for Andros. Solid FC. And, of course, that's a just straight up 1v3 teams. Even Penguinzi, Rafis together would have been enough, but Andros just actually cooked on that. That was an insane score. And now you get a 4-2 scoreline in favor of Grease Monkey Deluxe. The lower seeded team, again, still out ahead in this match, up against the seed number 4 from qualifiers. Stockfish on the back foot once again, needing to find success with this next pick once more. If they lose here, they go down 5-2. That's match point for Grease Monkey Deluxe. And Grease Monkey Deluxe still have the next pick as well. Again, the pool starting to get a little bit thinned out here. We're getting into the next round of bans at this point, so we'll see another ban from both teams. Grease Monkey Deluxe to ban first, and with some wins on the DTs, with a win on the aim consistency Nomad 3, and with a win on the kind of speedy tapping finger control focused dangerous jungle, I feel like they're pretty set on a lot of the mechanics maps. So the wins for Stockfish have been on just a pure stream Nomad 1 and on the aim control Nomad 3. So maybe we see something like a Nomad 4 ban. Maybe we see something like the Hidden 4 banned out. It is going to be that Nomad 2v2 low approach rate map banned out by Grease Monkey Deluxe. So no Yolks Pie on the Nomad reading pick. Sad.
I mean, maybe it's a case of that second player being a bit of a contentious point, I suppose, in this matchup, right? Because they have Yolks, but I guess who's the second for Grease Monkey? Trusting the 1v1s and some of the other reading stuff a little bit more.
See what the next ban is for Stockfish here. Again, winning out on some of that hidden aim control and on the just pure streams. Not a lot of pure streams left in this pool, honestly. You've got the hidden 1, I believe that's banned out at this point. You've got the hidden 2 still up, the hidden 4 still up, but I think they'll probably want to ban out some of the speed.
Yeah.
And there's that DT2 banned out, Gidvi gone now. We won't be seeing that galvanized DT pick here. A little bit sad to see that one go, but understandable if you are Stockfish, given how the match has gone so far.
I think I agree with it as a ban, as much as it pains me to admit. It's probably the next one in line for their DT roster, which has just been cooking today for Grease Monkey. So
yeah, you
wouldn't want to give them Gid V, which is already a pretty high skill cap map on DT in and of itself. So fair enough. But Stockfish, I do think as this game goes on, it's going to bode better for them. Like I said, I'm not sure if they're missing any players, but you mentioned earlier at start of the match about how they have the edge on some of those mod pools. Eventually, that's all we're going to have left. So I think they're still going to be okay, unless they drop this pick, which they're about to make now. They really don't want to mess this one up of all picks. They need that buffer. Here comes the hidden 2. So speed, density, AR9. Seeing this one again.
Yeah. As you said, if they lose this one, that's basically the death knell in this match, as next pick would go to Grease Monkey Deluxe with match point 5-2. So needs to be a well-placed pick, and I think this one should be pretty good. 240 BPM AR9 speed burst consistency, but also awkward aim, weird wiggle flow aim as well in this map. There's a lot of density check kind of patterns in this map, and it can feel lower approach rate than it really is due to that really high note density, especially on hidden. Swaggy and Kamenchik coming in here for the side of Stockfish. Melver and Hunder looking to breakpoint them yet again for Grease Monkey Deluxe. I think Swaggy and Kamenchik both very, very solid players on a map like this.
Yeah, I think 240 is going to be okay for Swaggy. He'll be okay on this, and with the reading side and the consistency side, I expect good things from him on here. Melver and Hundo on this one's interesting. Melver had a good game. He's one of the informed players for Grease Monkey today. Hundo, he can get onto that speed, and he's also very solid on the hidden, so this is a map pretty well suited for him. I don't recall how his AR9 density is, but I think it'll be okay to make this one pretty competitive, so... I think this is going to be an interesting fight between these two. Two Norwegians, a pretty old school player in Hundo against a pretty old school player in Swaggy, and new school speed in Kamenchik. Let's take a look, because this is definitely one of the harder maps in the pool, I think, overall.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough one. We'll see how well this goes for both of these players, both of these teams. Really act troubles for pretty much everyone besides Melver, actually. Melver, the only one at a really respectable act margin. A couple of below 90s here for Hunder and Kamenchik. 93, 94 for Swaggy. But Melver out in front. Did have above that 99 at one point, but also has a couple of misses at this point alongside Hunder. So Kamenchik and Swaggy with that combo advantage and the score lead to go with it.
So far so good here for Stockfish at the moment. A combo gaming, but that's all you need on this. Melver finds the break, and now all of a sudden, it's looking pretty grim already. We're not even halfway. Oh, with a double break though from Stockfish. So, you know what? Never mind. It's not all over yet.
Not all over yet. That's a 100k score lead though. This early on, when your opposing team only has 250k, 100k score lead is quite big. But these continued misses for Swaggy and continued act drops really going to start to bring the score down a little bit. Kamenchik holding a little bit of combo there, and still better combo for Stockfish than for Grease Monkey Deluxe as we come up on the back half of this map. There's only so much map left, and there goes Melver, there goes Hunder, there goes Swaggy. Kamenchik left standing alone, and that's already where the score lead is. This is, again, proving to be one of the most difficult maps in the pool.
Yeah, I think if Melver could have held combo through here, I think there would have been an opportunity, especially because he had very good act. But he found the break beforehand, and that was really curtains. Kamenchik's just going to put the bow on it. Oh, nicely done through this ending drop. Probably the hardest part of the whole map too. He found that AR9 consistency when he needed it. That's solid 600k almost from Kamenchik. It's another good play from him this game.
Yeah, and another one versus all as 570k versus the combined 405k for Grease Monkey Deluxe. Just another pop-off score for Kamenchik, another day in the office. And on, again, one of the more difficult maps in the pool, 200k for Swaggy should tell you all you need to know about this map. It is very, very difficult. But Kamenchik, no sweat, pulls out near 600k once again on this map. And yeah, I don't know, man. This guy's really good. This guy's really good with Osu. Great pick for Stockfish. Great pick for Stockfish as they find success on yet another pick now. And keep it close here, 4-3. Still in favor of Grease Monkey Deluxe. Still with the next pick for Grease Monkey Deluxe. But this is not over yet. They are still beating each other back and forth in this match in the second half. A couple of early break points giving way to that lead for Grease Monkey Deluxe. But the teams have seemed to find their footing at this point. And unfortunately for Stockfish, their footing is on the back foot, but Grease Monkey Deluxe still needing to pick successfully as we thin out the pool more and more here.
Yeah, they're going to have to change strat real soon. They've been going into lots of speed, but what's really left in terms of speed? Not a lot. I think the free mode 4 is probably the closest to that. And I wouldn't really call this one speed. The 4v4 Usao Mech Tech, which is what, 215? Yeah, 215 BPM.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick for Grease Monkey Deluxe. And you can go double no mod on, and I think mod is going to be most comfortable for most players here. There's a couple of hidden plays on this map. I think there's one Hard Rock FC on this map. Hard Rock on this definitely the more difficult of the two mods to take. So I'm curious who's going to come in for that sort of skill cap check on both teams. Might be Lucrece on the side of Stockfish. I would kind of assume it's Kamenchik on the hidden for them versus on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. Maybe the hidden for Hunter, the Hard Rock for... Maybe Bunny Like Money takes the Hard Rock on this. I'm not quite sure actually who's taking their Hard Rock among those four players.
I think it could be any of those three, really. Raphace, Penguinzy, or Bunny could take the Hard Rock. I wouldn't be surprised if Penguinzy takes it. He needs to take Hard Rock quite a lot when he plays these sorts of maps for his team. But Bunny, maybe they're slightly more comfortable one. They can mix and match, though. This one should be really even, I think, with it being, you know, that higher BPM mechanics sort of map. Kick sliders, whoop sliders, you know, Usao maps. Tend to be mapped in a sort of high BPM, techie, mechanical way, and this one definitely feels like that if you've played a few maps from this artist before. Actually, a really cool map. It's one of them. Surprisingly, this is actually one of the maps I really like from this pool. It's a fun style. It's just I love how it feels to play. It's quite cozy for what it is, even if it is very high SR.
Uso maps tend to feel that way, right? With the kind of blend of a lot of slider aim with some of the pure mechanics, and it is going to be hidden for Melver, on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. Melver coming in for Hunter at the last minute there. Hard Rock for Raphace, Penguinzy and Bunny Like Money both going no mod on this. Hard Rock for Eternum and not Lucrece, both of them good Hard Rock players, and of course hidden for Kamenchik, who has top scored both of the hidden maps in this lobby so far.
Rhythm game size do sound not super long this, so early misses are going to sting. We'll see if anything happens now. The first two on the side of Stockfish, followed up by Raphace, 3 FCs to 2 early on here in favour of the red team. The Hard Rock players having the early issues here, it seems.
And the Grease unfortunately finding that extra miss for Stockfish. He's going to give score lead over to Grease Monkey Deluxe. Otherwise, the full combo's all looking good here. There goes Melver on the hidden. It's Kamenchik and Tsuwagi versus Penguinzy and Bunny Like Money right now. Tech aim, definitely something Tsuwagi is very, very strong at. I want to see if Penguinzy and Bunny Like Money can match these scores out of Tsuwagi and Kamenchik, who have looked so comfortable on these kinds of mixed aim maps throughout both this match and their tournament histories so far as players. This kind of thing is really, really good for both of those players. So I think it's really on Penguinzy and Bunny Like Money. The pressure's on for them to perform here, especially with that extra combo now on a tournament. The Grease starting to bring the score over to the side of Stockfish. But there goes Kamenchik actually missing on the hidden, and it's Tsuwagi standing alone against this double FC from Penguinzy and Bunny Like Money. The extra combo for a tournament. Lucrece again doing a lot of work here, but is it enough to bring it over? I don't think so. The score lead ever so slowly going back in the favor of Grease Monkey Deluxe with that miss now, both from Tsuwagi and Eternum. That's a huge combo lead for Grease Monkey Deluxe.
Yeah, they've got all the combo now. All the combos on the side of Team Red. It's looking like it's going to be match point central here for Grease Monkey Deluxe. It's looking pretty decisive now through this final KI. There's no FCs though. Those ending streams are no joke, but job's already done.
Yeah, that's 800k for Bunny Like Money, 740k for Penguinzy on that one. Really, really good scores from the both of them. You know, nice high 500Ks from both Kamenchik and Tsuwagi. But when the third best score on the opposing team is matching your best scores, you know something's gone a little bit awry. And that pick for Grease Monkey Deluxe working out in spades for them. Those no mod carry players doing work for this roster, able to put up really, really good scores for their team. And Stockfish not able to find a break point that they really, really wanted to get on that map. Avoid that match point. Not possible. 5-3 now for Grease Monkey Deluxe.
I've got to be honest, I'm seeing Grease Monkey Deluxe having the edge over Stockfish on mechanics. Not just speed, but mechanics. It's a big surprise to me. They've been consistently taking these points on the DTs and the aim picks as well. I consider that more of an aim pick than a speed pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, their mechanics roster is doing bits today, and they're 1 point away from knocking Stockfish out. This is a pretty insane turn of events, but you got to be honest, as this match gets longer, Stockfish, they're going to get stronger once those map picks really thin out. And the pick is theirs next.
I'm looking at this hidden four for Stockfish right now. Last pick for both teams. Stockfish need to find success here. They've won both the hidden so far. And it's not going to be the hidden four. It's going to be Hard Rock 4 instead. Veilstein Castle. This is aim consistency on Hard Rock. Lower star rating for this pool. And 210 BPM aim consistency. This is about the same star rating on Hard Rock as Blows Up Everything was on Nomad. And this is simpler patterning, with this being, I think, one of the easiest maps in the pool. So this is an interesting one for them to pick into this with just a little bit of time left. I was really expecting this to be the hidden four there, but not going to be that one.
Yeah, hidden four was banned, so yeah, it wouldn't have been that one. But yeah, Hard Rock 4 is not the pick I expected, like, at all. not after the way this match has been going. But Stockfish have Hard Rock aim players that are going to be super comfy, especially on something like this, which it's still difficult, but it's manageable if you're comfy on Hard Rock aim. Maybe they need something comfy to settle them down a little bit, but it's picking into aim against a team that's been generally dominant on aim today. It's a curious pick. We'll see if it pans out, though.
We'll see if it pans out for them. We'll see if this one is a good pick or not. Yet another custom in this pool. We've seen a couple of those already, with the hidden 3 in particular being one of those. This one mapped by Deca and Iljaz. Really just stock standard Deca Iljaz Falcon Sound Team HR custom. See how it works. Early break for Penguinzy and Melver on the side of Grease Monkey Deluxe. Andros and Buddy Like Money joining them for this map. And on the side of Stockfish, you have Turnham, Rolly, Lucrece, and Kiwagi for the aim consistency Hard Rock. Do or die for this team, Stockfish, the number 4 seed out of qualifiers in the losers bracket here. On the back foot yet again, down match point versus Grease Monkey Deluxe, needing this pick to work out in order to keep their tournament run alive.
So far, it's pretty good here for Grease Monkey. They've got nearly 3 FCs against 2 FCs, 1 FC on the side of Stockfish. So at the moment, it's looking real good here for the red team. It's just Eternum with the early full combo for Stockfish. How are your nerves, lads?
Yeah, we'll probably get some nerves soon here for these players. A little early to develop quite yet, but only Eternum with the FC for Stockfish versus what may as well be a triple FC for Grease Monkey Deluxe early on here. And as you said, Jim, the aim consistency pick versus a team that's been solid on aim all match long. Not looking good at the start here for Stockfish. Another miss from Penguinzy will help them out a little bit. There's good recovery combo on all the members of Stockfish now. So they might be able to bring this back, but they turn them with a miss, and now you've just got 3 FCs versus nothing for Stockfish, and Grease Monkey Deluxe in full control. Melver will drop there, but does it really matter? Andros and Buddy Like Money still holding these FCs. Only Rolly with any combo for Stockfish, and this just looks out of control for Grease Monkey Deluxe.
All the combos gone on Stockfish. They just don't have anything to combat this. It's 300k and rising. Buddy Like Money still holding the FC for Grease Monkey. We're in the final quarter of the map now, but this is looking all overdue.
Yeah, this is looking tough for Stockfish. They're going to need a miracle here. 400,000 points down and only a little bit of map left, honestly. Right now for every member of Grease Monkey Deluxe in order to bring this back, and that's just not going to happen. Buddy Like Money still holding the FC 3/4 of the way into the map. 1,100 combos, 700k on the scoreline already, and this is just already over for Stockfish. Seed number 4 exiting top 12. Grease Monkey Deluxe knocking them out and bringing themselves into the top 8. GG. Really, really solid runs from a lot of players on both of these teams, particularly Kamenchik having a really good match for Stockfish, but just not enough at the end of the day, and Grease Monkey Deluxe closing this one out 6-3 with another breakpoint on this Hard Rock 4, putting up some very, very good scores, and that should be the FC for Funny Like Money here at the end of it. There it is, full combo for Funny Like Money. Surely. There we go.
There we go. We're ending it in style too. What a play from Funny Like Money there. Put this game to bed, wrap it up in a nice little bow. What a result. Grease Monkey Deluxe are a strong team, but they have knocked out a powerhouse here in Team Stockfish. I don't know if they were missing a couple players, but they are strong. They're a strong team. I don't think anyone expected them to be going out in top 12.
No.
What a win for Grease Monkey there.
Yeah, really solid win for Grease Monkey Deluxe. 7th seed beating out seed number 4 in Stockfish. And we expected, just based off the roster and the qualifier results, for Stockfish to be favored in this match. But those early breakpoints and the way they shook out really favoring Grease Monkey Deluxe and enabling that last pick breakpoint to end the match for them. Very, very good stuff. So congratulations to Grease Monkey Deluxe. Thank you for playing to Stockfish. Solid run through the tournament for Stockfish, but Grease Monkey Deluxe will be your victors. They will move on to top 8. They will face the winner of Optimus Prime Rib versus Jashin no Konrei. Optimus Prime Rib versus Grease Monkey Deluxe would be the name-based matchup of all time, let me tell you.
That's like the name synergy right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well played, though. And yeah, thank you very much to Stockfish once again for playing. And it's been great having you guys on. I'm sure we'll see you around in the next one and around in the Tony scene, of course. Lots of solid names there who are very active and some good guys on there. Always a pleasure, guys.
That is going to be it for this match. We have another match coming up in less than 3 minutes. That's going to be Sweden Sweep incoming versus Watson. Again, congrats to Grease Monkey Deluxe on the win. Thanks to Stockfish for playing. Once more, thanks to Wacom and Drunk Deer. Check out their websites. Use code SSOT40 for 40% off Intuos tablets on Wacom site, and Osco for 20% off all Drunk Deer products on their site. Thanks so much to both of them for sponsoring this tournament. Thank you to Dooms for casting with me in this match. It's been a pleasure as always. We're going to step out and let a couple of other folks come in to take away the commentary for Sweden Sweep incoming versus Watson on the other side of the losers bracket. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to SSOT. I hope you enjoyed that very, very short break as we return with another great matchup. We have Watson versus Sweden Sweep incoming. Joining me for this lovely cast is, of course, myself alongside Vordy. How are you doing, Vordy?
I am doing great, thank you, Demarsh. Yeah, it's going to be a nice matchup. We have Sweden Sweep, who had a really, really awesome start to the tournament, winning out Stockfish in the winner's bracket as the underdog by quite a good margin and having a great match. Losing in the quarters, but still putting up a good performance, and up against Watson, who is the higher seeded team. A good amount of star players, some firepower in this team. But after looking at the comparison, I think that there's going to be a decent amount of stuff that Sweden Sweep is going to look pretty good on, and we could be in for a good one.
Yeah, definitely. I think both teams have got equal amounts of knowledge about what the other can or cannot play. And so I think, both teams will be going into this with a lot of just general knowledge about, what they feel they're going to be strong on and what others are going to be weak on. Like I think we talked a bit before we started about, Watson with some of the very strong players they've got on their team, looking to take advantage of those really quite difficult 1v1 maps that we've got in this semi-finals pool.
Yeah, for sure. I think the benefit here for Watson will be those smaller team size picks where they can really show off their mechanics, and as well as just speed overall. I think if there was anything in the last week that Sweden Sweep didn't look as comfortable on, it was the higher BPM speed, notably Black or White, the 1v1 high BPM DT speed map, the best performance on the side of France being Hifkill at 250k, so potentially some options for Watson to go into.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sweden Sweep's main advantages that they're going to want to try and take advantage of is those 4v4 and 3v4 maps, like the No Mod 3, for example. Very, very comfortable kind of stuff that they're definitely going to be able to play. But I think that's all the amount of talking we're going to get done. So I think we're going to fade out to the matchup now. Go for 20% off and whack on with SSOT40 for 40% off on their respective websites. Thank you very much for the sponsors, guys.
Actually, goated sponsorships, like for real. I think it's probably the sickest sponsorships I've seen in a tournament thus far.
Oh yeah, I love the quality of everything, and to have those amazing sponsors is a dream come true. But
we're getting Hidden One, first pick from Sweden Sweep. I think it's a completely fair pick. This is an interesting one. This is one of all of the 1 slots pretty much in this pool. Almost all of them are really, really hard. This being no exception. I think this is a map a lot of people are familiar with. This is a very, very infamous map. Coco Soko, Eurobeat, just really hard alt aim control. Lots of very, very big snaps. And on Hidden as well, this makes it so much more brutal. It's 9.6, so not super low AR, but the density and some of the patterning is going to make this brutal on Hidden. You see Fie in the lobby. I do think this is something that, I don't know if Watson has a player who is super comfortable on this. I think Watson has really good mechanics players, some DT players, some hard rock players, but Hidden might be a bit of a blindside.
Yeah, I think there is a good opportunity here for Watson to drop a point here. But like you said, this Hidden One, this old linear style, you said very famous map, and it is because you don't see a lot of maps like this anymore, where it has that kind of tiny spacing change mixing in with lots of variations of that. Slapping the Hidden on that just makes this an absolutely brutal map. So we have, of course, like you said, Fie versus Petty Koala. Probably the best choice, I think, for
For Watson? Yeah.
Watson, yeah.
Sure. I mean, I wonder if part of this pick, see Painted Koala finding some breaks, be matching, but so far Fia with a bit of an advantage here. I wonder if the free mod one last week was a indicator for them to pick this map. It was a similar style of map, you know, being a 1v1, very hard aim control, and this is and they didn't do too well. I think in the head-to-head, Sweden Sweep was way ahead on Fia's score, but Fia finding some breaks, but already 30k advantage, and this is going to be one of those maps where it's going to be a fight for your life to get any combo. So even here, just getting the accuracy advantage by 3% is already huge.
Yeah, it really is. You've got such a comfortable lead now, and can just focus on playing that comfortably. It's Painted Koala who's got all the work to do. And a break from PA will open things up for Painted Koala here. If they can take advantage. 300 combo and building.
This recovery.
Yeah.
The score lead is about to flicker if Painted Koala can hold for a little bit longer. Think that's it. Painted Koala is just going crazy in the second third. Oh my goodness. And Fia, chain missing is devastating. Painted Koala does find a break, but now the score lead is flipped entirely, and that's not 30k advantage of Painted Koala. The ac recovery is also huge as well. The accuracies are almost balanced out. And this ending, I'm pretty sure, is the hardest part of the map, so it's going to be tough to find that score for Fia to come back here, and it's a very important pick for Sweden Sweep. This is their first map before any bans.
Yeah, look at the spacing change on this. To see somebody combo, it's not going to be Painted Koala. Cannot hold on. Looking at Fia trying to hold through this section to mount a comeback. Might just take the lead here. Is hitting a lot of this. Look at him go. Oh, just chases though.
That's the brutal thing, man. This is the kind of map you miss once, you miss 20 times. It's just the note lock will ruin you. Painted Koala finding some misses, but I think Fia coming out of that slightly worse, and now 10k score lead, not a great one, but I don't think there's much of the map left.
Yeah, there isn't gonna be, even though it's only 15k or so between the two of them. Those chain misses just hurt Fia so much. Damage was done there and then.
And it ended up coming down to those chain misses and just that massive combo that Painted Koala was able to find halfway through the map. Getting 488 combo compared to Fia's 283 max. And bit of a miscount as well, but yeah, super close one. It's a rough first pick for Sweden Sweep. Obviously with the format of this tournament, you always get to have that first pick before any bans come out, so you gotta be confident on your first pick with the amount of options in the pool, but unfortunately it's a narrow loss for Sweden Sweep here.
Yeah, it really is, and as soon as we can knock them off, Watson are wasting no time. They know what they want to go for. It is
nice.
No more 3.
So this is the traditional aim map of the pool, Jordan LR DILF map. I mean, yeah, this is honestly a bit surprising to me. I thought this would be something that Sweden Sweep would want to pick into, not necessarily because Watson can't play it, but because it just seems like something, you know, the French team would be pretty comfortable on. I would think that if I was Watson, I'd pick into stuff like DT2, DT3, DT4 before those get banned out, right? I think the speed advantage is huge here, but if they're feeling really good on aim, you know, there's plenty more aim in the pool that they can go into if they win this one.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a strong aim lineup, so you know, the argument can be made that maybe they're just trying to isolate the aim picks for themselves. They win the No Mod 3 and suddenly, you know, Sweden Sweep don't want to pick into the aim maps, which I think is entirely possible, but again, they also have the potential to win this map and go, you know, 2-1 on this. Sorry, tie up the score.
Yeah. Would be a big break point for Sweden Sweep. It'll be able to even out the match right away, and if there's any skill set where anything is possible, it is this. traditional aim skill set. Just the early break from Rudge. You can see the spacing already. It's going to be so easy to find breaks on a map like this. Alangi and Vinopoly both dropping. Two to one now, but plenty of time left in this map. I think these types of picks, sometimes it just comes down to one player getting the miracle combo. Let's see who that player is.
Yeah, this map's really got this like Grandee Senpai Arles maps kind of jump practice aim style to it, with its consistent jump difficulty that, you know, players that are comfortable on this kind of thing, you hit the beginning, you can hit the end, you can hit the middle. But so far, both teams keeping things quite even.
But Mbappe, the big combo on the French team drops, but matched by Rudge, it's now super even. I mean, the scoreline is slightly in favor of Watson, but not by much. And the recoveries are relatively even, with Fie matching Dido. We can essentially consider this the beginning of the map, in a way.
Yeah, Dido holding a little bit of a lead for Watson, but honestly, it's so close. This next KI section could once again change everything. Watch for breaks. There goes BA, Mbappe, and Kaligi all going to go down. Dito still holding. Rudge with a nice point combo.
This combo from Dido is massive right now. It's making the bulk of the score lead, carrying it through. This combo is matched by no one right now on Sweet and Sweep. Dido does find a break, but that's already a lot of damage done, over 100k score lead built.
Yeah,
about a third of the map left.
Yeah, it's come at the right time because there is nothing on the side of Sweet and Sweep to counter this. It's only 200k. If Sweet and Sweep can mount a comeback now, some unfortunate breaks from Watson could allow them to sneak in, but it's a tough ask. But it's not 100% over yet for this last KI section.
You're indeed right, but I mean, it's tough on this type of skill set. You can't really expect too many chain misses to, you know, flip the score lead back. You're only ever going to find a couple misses, even on the ending of a really difficult aim section. And these recoveries are pretty much matched for the most part. Slight combo lead to Sweet and Sweep, but I don't think they have enough time. Especially with that break from Fie. It's now only Mbappe with any significant combo, but can that convert into over 100k back? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not sure.
massive aim at the ending.
Oh. Yeah, that break there. Mbappe will 100% seal the deal. See if anyone hits the ending here.
Full corner jumps at the end.
Yeah, there we are.
It's a solid pick from Watson.
Yeah, they've really managed to now isolate that tough aim map and be like, okay, so we can play aim. We are the stronger, well, no mod aim team. So I definitely think Sweet and Sweep will they'll be looking for other maps rather than necessarily the aim maps to kind of try and take wins, because Dito, Rudge, and Vinopoly are not going to let them have those aim maps quite so easily.
Yeah, for sure. You know, but I think when looking at the aim in this pool, you have free mod 4 is a good option. Has some tapping in it, but I would say it's mostly an aim map. But then I think the majority of the aim left is in the modded categories. You know, stuff like Hard Rock 4, Hard Rock 2, you know, even Hard Rock 3, and then DT2, DT4. And DT1 this is an interesting one. So, you know, Sweet and Sweet bans it very, very tough map, over 7.5 stars, but AR 8.3 after DT. So it's a combination of aim mechanics, but insane reading. You have to be a very particular type of player to be able to play something like that, and I guess Sweet and Sweep just don't feel like they have any. Actually, no, it's Watson to ban that. And then, unsurprisingly, Sweet and Sweep banning the tapping map. I'm more surprised that Watson didn't pick tapping earlier. Despite winning the No Mod 3, I think No Mod 3 was a lot more winnable for Sweet and Sweep than a lot of the tapping is.
Yeah, I definitely feel like we've got the same idea of Sweet and Sweep not necessarily focusing on the speed. But again, they also picked into that into Kokosoko, the hidden one. So maybe it's that they want to try these 1v1 maps, where it's just, you know, they can put their best player on it and hopefully try and outperform Watson. It didn't work the first time, but I feel like they're still going to try and work their way through it. But no, they're going to go for the 4v4 no mod.
Yeah, but still sticking to that alt skill set. Obviously now team size 4. Yeah, pretty, I would say, comfy, quote-unquote, alt map, but, very, very challenging. 7.3 stars alt is very hard. It's harder than equivalent maps of other skill sets. But we'll see if... I do think this is a skill set the French team should be able to find quite a lot of comfy players for. Maybe trying to target some of Watson's 4th players on this if they think that Watson doesn't have a good 4-man roster for the alt skill set.
Yeah, it's like this No Mod 4, it's got that aim mix of both that linear and flow. The high spacing, high BPM jump nature of this map gives it kind of like a jump map feel. So, from that No Mod 3 to the No Mod 4, it's a nice transition in terms of the maps feeling kind of same, but obviously it's not going to be overly intense on the aim to the same regard as No Mod 3 is. So it's a bit more comfier, and that No Mod 4 actually was fairly close. Sorry, No Mod 3 was fairly close. So again, I still think this could be a good pick for them if they can take advantage of that, like you said, the Watson putting a 4-man in for this and not really having what they need. But again, a solid roster from Watson nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, lots of big names on the side of Watson. I think a lot of these maps will kind of come down to performance in the map, trying to top your locals in match, show what you're capable of, because I think with how close a lot of these picks have been, it's going to come down to that. Through the intro, no breaks out the gate, so the level of comfort here is pretty decent. But we do see those misses from Vinopoly and Painted Koala, matched by Kalangi, but Sweet and Sweep ahead in the intro.
Yeah, being up 2-1 combo, nice opportunity in this not as intense section of the map. Build up some nice combo here. But again, Watson still on their heels, no silly breaks here from them.
Ooh, that pattern was... How did nobody miss on that?
I don't know.
That is unreal. And again! Okay, they're just making that look easy.
Oh.
Longy does find a break after. That wasn't the biggest combo. However, Nessie dropping is big. Still 2-2 now.
Yeah, Koala and Vinopoly.
Oh.
Gega's Rudge, though. But a...
BA and Charlie. Yeah. Now it's just Dido. Dido with the remaining FC in the lobby. Now the score leads flickered back to Watson, and depending on how long Dido can hold this combo through this section, this might be a sealed breakpoint.
Kalangi trying to mount some kind of comeback, but there goes Dito. So the damage has been done, about 100k, but there's still 2 resets from the MBA, so it's only Charlie Lee kind of building up supporting combo, but I think they've got combo advantage just barely at this stage.
I think you're right. I think Rudge has to find a break and Kalangi has to hold. Once again, we're in a similar situation than No Mod 3. It's very close, but the lead is going to be tough to surmount. Can Sweden Sweep do it this time? The recoveries are solid though. Section is brutal. Somehow Rudge and Kalangi are both hitting that. But it just bounces it out, and the score lead for Watson stays strong. Rudge does find a break. I don't know. Is there enough time? There might be.
Oh, it's a big combo, actually.
Oh.
Dio found a break.
Somehow Kalangi comboed through that last slider section, ending the map with a 1 miss. Phenomenal score at the end, but there just wasn't enough map left. I think had the map gone on 10 more seconds, it would have flipped over to Sweden Sweep. But Watson's early advantage was be able to, it retained just well enough, and Dito as well, getting 600k, highest in the lobby, doing the work, and there it goes. And unfortunately, another breakpoint lost for Sweden Sweep.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate one as well, because I think they were really banking on that to be a first map pick victory. And with so much of the pool left open, I think Sweden Sweep incoming are they're in a rough position, leaving Watson with three points and so much of the pool left, that this might this fourth pick is going to be strong for Watson. You know that. If it isn't the speed maps, I'm not quite sure what their strategy is going into this, but it's
interesting.
It's not.
Oh well, no, but this is a pseudo speed map. This is 240 BPM, pretty speedy, but also very dense, and with the hidden rating. So if they have some combination players of tapping and hidden rating, this is a very solid pick.
Yeah, it's just not the map I was expecting. With the ban phase, the second ban phase coming up, I think after 5 maps played.
I think it might be 6.
Is it 6? Is it?
Yeah.
You'd think they'd want to pick into those with 2 map picks left, but again, they've got their reasons.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I think DT3 is the obvious tapping stamina pick, but you also have DT2 that has mostly, I would say, DT aim, but a good amount of bursts in there. And I do think Watson does have the players, the manpower to play a map like that. Yeah, we got Money stepping in for their first map. Definitely a very strong speed player, and if they're comfortable on the Area 9 hidden density, be fine. I think on the side of Sweden Sweep, I trust that these two players can play the reading aspect of this map, but we'll see how comfortable they are on the tapping.
Yeah, be a good
240
insight. Good insight into their tapping ability with this map. Because if they're able to pull a victory out on this, it would flip things the other way in terms of Watson not wanting to pick into those speedier maps. But again, we will see. Like you said, 240 BPM is brutal with this density.
Yeah, this density, 240 AR9 hidden. I think if you're a really good tapping player, you're way more likely to miss on the aim than any of the tapping, especially with some of these angles. But so far, Rudge and Fie holding out against each other. Gat Money finding some struggles, but so is Nessie. Notable difference being Nessie's accuracy, but as I was about to say, Rudge finds a break with matched by Fie right after. So hard to be consistent on a map like this and keep those combos. Right now, Watson with the lead mostly due to the tapping act.
Yeah, they're in a much stronger position. Whereas Sweden Sweep, they need to get those combos up and keep them there because they're not going to win on accuracy at this stage. So to build something together. Got a break and Rudge that'll help, but no. Fear gonna be finding a reset. Gatmany found a reset. Nessie did make some headway, but then kind of broke their own. So back to square one for Sweden Sweep here.
Every single one of these patterns, it looks just so easy if you don't have supreme levels of focus. You just miss on anything. It almost feels like aspects of AR rate hit and reading mixed in with these speed patterns to trip you up, and all the players here finding lots of breaks, and that's going to be it. Watson taking it just off just a bit more consistency off the tapping and a bit more comfort. Gap money, I think this is Aleph, name change, 94%, almost 95% highest in the lobby by quite a good margin. I think that accuracy is the main gap here.
It was. If you look at those combos, you can see that Watson did not have the strongest combo going into that. But I think it was just that it was the fact that that map is just it's not really mashable because of the aim control needed into it. Even though it's dense, it's not dense enough that you can mash your way through that. So I think that's the unfortunate thing for Sweden Sweep. If it was mashable, they probably could have got away with that. But not this time.
Yeah, and a solid pick for... I mean, it still ended up being relatively close. But yeah, I mean, if the tapping comfort was the biggest gap there, I think that really gives them an in to go DT2 or DT3 as their next pick. But obviously now, Watson up 4-0. So looking very, very strong in this matchup, and so many close picks for Sweden Sweep as well. I think every single one of these picks have been relatively close. I think that Hidden 2 looked the most decisive. But I mean, before that, you had so many close ones. The scoreline betrays how many chances Sweden Sweep has had.
Well, you can see at the bottom there that not a single one of these maps have been greater than 15% score advantage for Watson. So with the lowest being literally 5 to 3% on Sweden Sweep's picks. So they're just, at the moment, they're just getting really, really unlucky. But if they can just get that one map and survive to the ban phase, that's really going to help them kind of isolate what's left in the pool. But they do need to get that with a map victory, because it is 6 maps they've got to get through. And Watson, at the moment, are looking to try and finish this before we even get into that second ban phase.
Yeah, I wonder what you go for here. I mean, the Hard Rocks haven't really been delved into. They picked the DT2. I'm excited to see this. I really like this map. This is a banger classic D&B map from Galvanize. So it's cool to see it, but I'm surprised. Obviously, it is still mostly aim, but the burst can definitely catch you out, and there's a couple of almost streams at this BPM at 261. I think there's 2 streams, or maybe 3 that can catch you out. So, but it's still mostly aim, and when you have Rudge and get Aleph, who this is like their primary skill set, I would say it's a scary one to win.
Yeah, high burst, high intensity map. It really doesn't let up. Like you said, those 2 big streams can really kind of catch players out. But it's an interesting choice from Sweden Sweep here. We talk so much about Watson picking into this kind of thing. Like you said, Gap Money and Rudge kind of being what they're known for and quite strong on. So to see Charlie Lee and Nessie kind of trying to hold things in for Sweden Sweep, because if they drop this pick, Watson, they're going to be in striking position to end this.
100%. They'll be in striking distance with a very similar maps they can pick right into. But conversely, if Sweden Sweep wins this, they'll have at least DT4 is a good option, I think. We'll see. It's going to be Aleph to miss in the intro section. And a map like this is going to be tough to build much of a combo. It's not too long as well, so that's going to make an impact. Rudge and Charlie breaking, but it's Nessie as the only combo remaining. He's in big aim here. I love that pattern.
Massive opportunity. Another break from Aleph as well. Rudge trying to build things back together, but it's Nessie holding the line at the moment. Approaching 200k score lead and rising. The back end Nessie right here.
Nessie is going off right now. I mean, this is already 500k, almost a 300k score lead. Nessie's just not showing any signs. Unfortunately, under-aiming that note. But, I mean, that's already such a big lead. Charlie with a nice supporting combo holding off Rudge. And actually, both the Charlie and Rudge get through that stream.
No.
What if there's enough time?
Yeah, I don't know. The map's starting to come to an end, but Rudge has got big combo here.
There we go.
Gone. Yeah. Did he drop that right at the end? Did he miss the last no?
Yeah, I think there's a couple misses at the end of that stream. But it actually ended up being, Rudge with the biggest score in the lobby, but the comfort between Nessie and Charlie just being a little bit stronger overall. I think Gat Money not being super comfortable, getting 200k, and yeah, solid pick for Sweet and Sip. I almost wonder, I imagine if Reused was available, Reused probably goes pretty hard on that map, but sometimes you gotta play the players you have, and yeah, Sweet and Sweep sensing that and winning a surprise pick.
Yeah, the low miscount really helped them on that one, and that is going to secure them at least to the ban phase. And Watson coming in with an absolute banger of a map choice in the hidden 3 here. Say goodbye.
Banger indeed. This is sort of taking the aim elements from hidden 2 and juicing them up a little bit. So it's not hidden AR9, but it is AR 9.5, and I would say the aim overall is a lot more uncomfortable, or a lot more meant to be brutal with hidden, you could say.
It's that pure anti-aim feel.
Yeah.
It changes from that very high to very low aim spacing very frequently. So, you can never kind of feel comfortable at any point in the map, apart from when you go into those break sections to kind of reset yourself. So you've got to be dead focused on this throughout, and it's a tough ask for a 3-man roster.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, as you mentioned, the spacing change, also the angle change, is going from snap to flow, especially those flow aim jumps at 250 BPM hidden. It's really, really tough. But here we go. Fie, Lexinox, Kalangi up against Rudge, Painted Koal, and Dido. It is Watson's pick, so they've been leaning into those hiddens. They haven't lost one yet. They won the break point on the hidden 1, and they won their hidden 2. I would say, though, this is a better chance for Sweet and Sweet to take this, just because there's no tapping to struggle on. It's just that aim.
Yeah, none of that tapping that we just saw that they seem to be having a little bit of a struggle with today. But so far, an early lead for them. As off the double break of Kalangi and Lexinox.
Rudge and Painted Koal dropping after now. It's now Dido up against Fie. I think it's going to be a similar story to the hidden 2, where combos will be hard to hold. Just you can see the patterns, man. A lot of these anti-aim jumps are just designed in a lab, cooked up to trip you up. So far, Fie and Dido. That chain miss from Lexinox is going to hurt.
Yeah, break from Kalangi as well. Kind of flips things the other way. Dido and Fie having a good battle here. But the supporting combo from Paint Koal and Rudge really is what's doing the damage here against the Sweet and Sweet.
The supporting combos are just not matched by anybody on the side of Sweet and Sweet. Fie doing a valiant effort, but it's matched by Dido. Rudge does find a break, so that's going to give some breathing room, but it's really going to all come down to, will we see a break from Dido, and can Fie hold through it? Spacing getting a lot higher at this section. Painted Koal does find the break. It's now just these two players. Dido is gone. It's now just Fie. The potential is there. 50k score lead ahead of Watson, but Fie can pull it back. The slow section as well. A free combo.
Fie is going to have to do this for Sweet and Sweet. There is no supporting combo anywhere. No big combos to match. So the more FIA can run away with this, the better opportunity it gives to Sweden Sweep. But again, Lexinox and Kolongi have got to relieve that pressure and hold on to some of these combos to at least match two of the players from Watson.
Oh, I can imagine the nerves building if you're FIA right now, holding on to that FC. The score leads flicker to Sweden Sweep, but if they want to retain it, FIA has to hold.
Here we go.
Getting through that stream.
That awkward aim jump. Lexinox goes down. Longy's got nothing as well. Paint Quality to go down. So Gio and Rudge trying to stop.
But FIA is just toggling right now. Not much of the map left, and I think this score lead might already be enough. Oh, that massive aim, unfortunately. I think missing on the stack. Maybe just aiming off of it, but I think FIA's done enough.
It will be.
There we go. An insane performance here from FIA. And getting that much needed breakpoint for them.
And suddenly you start to see Sweden Sweep beginning to take the momentum. They were 4-0 down. They've picked up the last two maps going into the second ban phase. And they are actually looking like the stronger team at the moment.
I mean, it was close the entire match. We already talked about how the first 4 maps were won by no more than a 15% margin. But I think here the script has flipped a little bit, and now it's in Sweden Sweep's favor. But still, it's 2-4, so there is a lot more to do to recover here. But after this ban phase, it's going to be Sweden Sweep to pick next, so they'll have a chance to make the 3-4 here. And I wonder what they're going to ban here.
And we've got a lot of that hard rock pool still open. That really hasn't been touched. Like the hard rock one kind of like flow streams. Might be a shout to get rid of.
Does seem like a map Riot would go pretty crazy on, but actually it's going to be Watson to ban the DT4. So after losing the DT2, they're banning a relatively similar map.
Yeah, it makes sense. It seems like Sweden Sweep, they've got their aim in check. Despite losing some of those aim maps on the DT side of things, the high approach rate, they're not really having any issues today. But yeah, I definitely think either that or maybe the low CS ult perhaps.
Ban out the Hard Rock 4. It's a little bit, so they ban out the Hard Rock aim map, which I guess, that's probably the most similar to the Nomad 3, which they lost. So honestly, a fair ban. However, if they ban out, the Hard Rock 4, that might be a window for Watson to maybe look to pick some of those Hard Rocks potentially. But at the same time, it's a bit tricky because I do think Sweden Sweep has some really good Hard Rock players. Notably Mbappe, I think. So it's gonna still be scary to pick into, especially with those lower numbers, like the Hard Rock 1 and the Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, I think depending on the map in that slot, it either plays to or against them. But we're going to see what they're going to go into for this. I'm wondering if maybe they're considering the free mod and just kind of settling into deciding what who's going to play with what modifiers. Because there's a lot of potential in there. A lot of I think there's 2 different types of tech. The kind of like speed tech, or the rhythm tech in free mod 4 and 3 respectively, if they want to go for those bigger team sizes. Or they could try those the free mod 1 and 2 perhaps, but it won't be. It'd be Hard Rock.
Go for the Hard Rock 2. So this is the 2v2 precision skill check. CS 7.2, just a step beyond 6.5. Not a circle size, that is often played. But here we go. I definitely expect to see Mbappe and then Kalagi as the backup here. This is a scary one. The precision and the short length makes it so volatile. Nothing is free combo on the circle size. So any amount of combo you can get is important. But I think other than that, it's just mostly pure mechanics. Nothing too trippy in this map. It's just, can you aim CS 7.2?
Yeah, it's having the control as well as the slight finger control as well. That I think is needed with this one. But yeah, like you said, mostly can you hit 7.2? If you can, you're gonna have a great time. It's not very long, so you can take advantage of that. But you really cannot afford any misses on something like this. It's one of the shortest maps, and that can play to your advantage or against you in situations like this.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes it's a good skill set to pick into, just to catch your opponent off guard. They weren't really expecting to play circle size this small, and now they might be off their guard. But sometimes it can backfire. The pressure of picking a small circle map, you have to perform on it, and it can backfire. So it's a mental game in itself. Getting into it.
No early misses in the first few seconds. Good sign of things to come. Oh, but there goes Kalongi. Koala does miss, but I think Kalongi came off worse with that. If you look at the accuracy, big drop.
And Mbappe as well. Rudge also trades it, but that is an early lead for Watson. And for a map this short, that early lead could end up being the difference. But still, combo advantage now. To sweep and sweep. That's gone now as both of them break and Watson hold through.
Yeah, and already we are starting to get through this. I think we're halfway through already. And Watson really settling into a rhythm here. Gonna need to see Sweet and Sweep start to mount a comeback. Watson no, they're ahead though.
It's gonna be tough. If you're Sweet and Sweep, you need to see some breaks. Rudge's gonna be the first, but Painted Koala on 400 combo now. Such a proficient Hard Rock player. And this score lead is just gonna keep rising as long as Painted Koala can keep onto this combo. 7.2, he makes it look easy, but I assure you, this is brutal.
It's just such a high level of precision. He's just making it look easy.
And these space triples as well.
This is crazy. What are we looking at? Oh, it does finally break, but takes so much of the score with him.
I mean, a phenomenal score. I think Painted Koala right now is single-handedly 1v2ing. And then you just have Rudge's score as a bonus. So yeah, but I mean, with that, I would say it's the most convincing win of the match so far, and potentially a mispick from Sweet and Sweep. With both players on the side of Watson outperforming both players in Sweet and Sweep, but you have Painted Koala literally 1v2ing. It's a rough one, but yeah, great performance from Watson.
Yeah, I think that early chain miss from Kalongi really just set them back so far at the start of the map that everything else was kind of just trying to chase that score back, and the map is just too short. Once you fall behind, you kind of need a miracle to pull back in front, and Watson just shut that down straight away.
Yeah, and this Painted Koala managing to hold for 600k worth of a score is quite insane on a skill set that easy to drop on. And I mean, now after that pick, I think if you're Watson, you need only one more map to secure the match. You know, you could honestly go for some of the other Hard Rocks if Painted Koala is feeling it after a performance like that. You know, if feeling good on Hard Rock 1 or Hard Rock 3. But we'll see what they go for. There's still that DT3 if they want to lean into the tapping that we've been talking about, but and they did win the Hidden 2.
I kind of feel like Watson, their next pick, it's either going to be something where they're going to bring in one player or they're going to bring in 4 players.
How about 2?
How about 2? Middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack, yeah. This is an interesting one. I think this was like a mixture of... It almost felt like it had elements of tech in it, some aim control, Obviously, it's free mod, so you're going to have to deal with running a hard rock and running a hidden here. And that's going to spice up the difficulty by quite a lot.
Yeah, it's that kind of like anti-mod slot that we've got, which works perfectly for the like 2v2 format. You see someone with the hard rock, someone with the hidden. No one's really looking to have a good time on this, but it does open those standout performances from certain players to come in. So if they are going with like Rudge and Dio for something like this, they've got that opportunity to kind of like solo carry, a bit like what we saw in the Hard Rock 2. Could be a kind of similar situation here.
I'm actually surprised not to see Painted Koala in for this, for the Hard Rock, considering popping off on the precision on the Hard Rock 2. Because other than that, you know, this is going to be close to 6.5. It's going to be CS 6 point something with Hard Rock, so... But if Rudge is feeling super comfortable, it's fair. Likely going to see Rudge, Hard Rock, Dido hidden, and then Fie hidden, Mbappe, Hard Rock.
Yeah, I'd agree with that going into this. So Fie with a hidden, Mbappe with a hard rock, and it's Rudge going with a hard rock, and Dio on the hidden for this one. So let's kick things off. It's about that 2.5 minutes long, and a first break from Fie. Will give Watson that early advantage, but their 200 combo in, they do have the lead.
Mbappe also having a tough time with the accuracy with the hard rock. Obviously the OD10 does not make it any easier, but Rudge not having much of an issue because of that. Oh, those flow-wavy flower patterns. Rudge and Dido getting through it, and now they have a massive, massive combo lead. Rudge finds a break on the flowing, but it's Dido to hold on through on the hidden.
Yeah, Dio handling this anti-mod kind of pick very, very well. Nice big combo. Fie's starting to make a comeback as the hard rock players kind of struggle with these high slider velocities. Dido going to be finding a miss now. Opportunity for Sweden, perhaps?
It is opportunity, but it's a lot of damage done already. Over 100k score lead, and with how tough it seems to be to find a combo here, Sweden Sweep is going to have to lock in for this second half. Try to find a way to stay in this match.
Yeah, they're training about 130,000 points at the moment. But big misses from Rudge and Dio is going to give them a slight advantage. Fie not going to be able to do anything, and Mbappe also goes down, so no big combos building. They really need to start finding some combo, otherwise it's going to be all over for Sweden Sweep.
Yeah, I mean, with just not many combos on the board, that early build-up that Dido is able to get might be the difference, but Sweden Sweep is a bit closer now. Only 70k gap, but still, how do you find a combo here? The map is this brutal on both mods. Dido the only decent recovery.
And the map is basically over at this point. Getting to the last section of it.
Here we go, and GG's. Watson going to be winning this match 6-2, but still a valiant effort from Sweden Sweep, and especially the beginning of the match. Those 4 consecutive picks all being so close. I could definitely envision a world where this ends up being a vastly different scoreline, but that will be Watson moving on to the next stage, and Sweden Sweep will be knocked out, but you know, I think an awesome performance from them. I think they did really well. I mean, every time I see one of these mono-country teams in these big open rank tournaments, I think it's always really cool, you know, getting some practice in for tournaments like 3WC, OWC, and you already know when it's all people who are in the same country, they're likely all friends with each other. They're going to be having a great time in VC. So they at least win on that regard. But Watson going to be the winners of this match. GG's for them.
Yeah, just the super powered individual team kind of standing head and shoulders above Sweden Sweep. But like you said, the early rounds, they were very, very positive for them. Those score margins, you can see 5%, 14%, 3%. We could have been looking at a very different situation where Sweden Sweep could have been up 5 points, but you know, that small difference in those earlier maps is what have sealed it away for Watson in the second half. So congratulations to them. Sweden Sweep do go out as a result, losers round 2. Watson gonna be advancing into tomorrow's matches. So we will see them again very, very soon. But as for the rest of the weekend, I think we've still got another match to go. For today, it is going to be Optimus Prime Rib up against Jashin no Konrei. So that is going to be at 18 UTC. So in just over an hour and 5 minutes time, we will return for another great losers bracket match to determine how losers round 3 is going to look. We've got 3 of the teams waiting for one more to join them. I want to thank Vordy once again for joining me. It's always a pleasure to cast with you, my dude.
Yeah, this is an awesome cast, man. Super fun being here.
And once again, going to take the small opportunity to thank Drunk Deer and Wacom, our sponsors. Of course, you can use Osugo for 20% off, and Wacom it is with the SSOT40 for 40% off. So definitely check out the affiliate links as well as use those coupons at the checkout. Thank you very much for joining us. We will see you again in just over an hour's time for that final losers round 2 match. See you soon.
See you there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SSOT. We're back in the semifinals, of course. And this, as far as I know, is our last matchup of the day. It is Optimus Prime versus Jashin. So, looking forward to this one. Of course, joining me in this commentary booth is, of course, Taikani. How are you doing, Taikani?
I am doing quite well. It's going to be an interesting one, Demarsh. This is, as you said, our last matchup of the day, our last matchup of the first round of the losers bracket for this weekend. So this is going to determine the last matchup for tomorrow's part of the losers bracket. And then tomorrow as well, we're going to see the winners bracket. So it's just losers matches today, basically. This one, both of these teams have done well so far. Jashin coming off of a 6-1 victory in their last set. Optimus Prime Rib coming from, unfortunately, a loss in the winners bracket last week. Coming down here to hope their roster can kind of redeem them after their last week loss. But both teams are very, very powerful for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm looking at both these teams, and you've got incredibly high players in the performance rankings on the side of Jashin no Konrei. You know, Saikyu, Hyujin, Xylis, Welter as well. But of course, on the other side, you're looking at like almost the 3WC team, or what could be a very strong 3WC team for the United States on Optimus Prime Rib. So I think I'll give it over to you to explain Optimus Prime Rib to people.
Yeah, I actually had the fortune of casting Optimus Prime Rib's last match. They had a fairly good showing across the board. A little bit of trouble. They were fighting I'm Korean too, which #1 seed in the tournament. So always going to be difficult. As you said, this is like a star-studded American roster. This could be a 3WC team. You've got the lineup of Taro, Rhythmic RS, Almighty Door, Kama, Tallulah, Decaden, Arison, and Razorfruit. All very, very talented names within the American Osu scene. All people who can absolutely run away on certain maps. You're going to see this team is very, very comfortable with their mechanics. They're very comfortable with those kind of gimmick slots as well. And that's what they're really hoping to bet on, to perform on, because they are so good on that. You're not going to find players better than like Decaden aim and Arison speed, right? Like it is something that this team is really betting on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think part of the strategy, I think, certainly in terms of Jashin no Konrei, is that they're coming in as the lower seeded team, but they've got their own incredibly strong individual players. You know, talk about speed players like Xylis. You know, you can talk about Saikyu, Coda, Welter, Aimbot, Conan. They're all OWC caliber talent in their own right. So you're looking at some of those key players to really stand out. So I certainly think Jashin no Konrei will have a strategy going into this. I think they definitely need to take advantage of some of the 1v1 maps. Because I think Optimus Prime Rib is definitely much more of a, take advantage of the 4v4 aspect and the 3v3s. The more players they have on those kind of maps, I think the better they're going to necessarily perform. So Jashin no Konrei definitely, I think, want to take advantage of those harder maps that maybe Optimus Prime Rib might struggle with just that little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. We are at on the dot, so we should be seeing players in the lobby sooner than later. Not much to say from there, I think. I think both these rosters are very, very strong. It's going to be interesting to see the mechanics picks. And sounds like, the players are in the lobbies. So, in the lobby, sorry. So we're going to see the first picks come through, I believe.
Yeah, we're ready to go. So let's get on over there. In any of their store purchases, and Wacom as well, using the code SSOT40 for 40% off of tablet purchases. Thank you very much, guys, for sponsoring this tournament. We really appreciate it.
Sponsors, man.
Oh, they're the OGs. I think 98% of OC players seem to use Wacom nowadays.
Yeah, I'd say it's got to be some high percent like that. There's definitely other brands, but Wacom is far and away. I mean, how long was the CTH and CTL 480 like the OSU tablet, right?
The tablet.
That's the one people know. Everybody knows the gray tablet, the 4 buttons on the top. It's a classic. Now, we do have Jashin and Konrei is going to be our Team A. That means they're going to pick first. And then the opposing team, Optimus Prime Rib, picks second and bans first, which we're going to see in a little bit. Jashin and Konrei immediately going for Hard Rock 1 for their first pick.
Yeah, immediately what I said about the strategy of picking into this kind of map. You've got a very much flow aim, finger control focus map. There's lots of 1/3, lots of 1/6. This is an incredibly tricky map, even for like semifinal stage. So you're going to be putting your very best in for this one.
Yeah, for sure. 185 BPM isn't like crazy for that level of finger control, but the map remains difficult. You're looking at CS 5.5 because of the Hard Rock, which is going to provide you a little bit of difficulty. It's 1v1 as well, so you're not going to have a teammate to back you up if you fall down. So you really, really have to make sure that you are ready to play that kind of rhythm control, because if you're not, it is going to be a brutal stomp. You don't have anybody behind you.
No, exactly. You're looking at top performance players to come in, really standout players, and I can definitely see Jashin and Konrei picking into this for that particular reason. I think I'm not exactly sure who's going to come in for this, but you could see Saiku, you could see Aimbot Cone as well. I think it's more on Optimus Prime Rib. Who are they putting in?
That's a great question. I don't know. There's a reason this is the first pick, right? It's not like this is a definite, like, Optimus Prime Rib is going to put this player in and they're going to have a huge advantage. It's a little bit of a toss-up, right? There's a couple players that this team has that could potentially perform on this, but no one that really stands out as, like, they're going to play Hard Rock 1 no matter what.
Yeah, definitely as well. And I think the fact, like you said, there's no backup. You haven't got that second player to kind of bring you in. You've got 2.5 minutes of just pure technique, and we are into it. We don't have the stats along the side, or the players for that matter. So I'll leave it to you to kind of break down what's happening while I try and see what's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, so far, the player on the top left, I think, accuracy player on the bottom right, a little bit of accuracy drops early on, though seemingly even it's combo's probably the same. I think we saw both of them break as we came in to this map.
It's Decton and Welter that are playing. So it's going to be Decton on the left, Welter on the right, most likely.
Hayden finding a bunch of axe drops. Welter holding on a little bit better, does find a break. Hayden does hold on to the combo that's pretty big. Can't see the score, but I would assume by now that Hayden is probably about to take the lead. All right, there we are. Whoa, okay, it's Saiku, apparently.
That's Saiku? What?
And I guess we missed some breaks from the game, apparently. Probably some slider breaks. It actually put Saiku in the lead by a significant margin. 200K.
Yeah, Decton kind of struggling with this one. So, Jashin in a very strong position with this first map. We're getting to the absolutely crazy part of this map right now. with these doubles and finger and aim control all coming into play here, and Psyche running away with it, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a huge challenge, and I'm shocked to see this as the first pick. Double B rank across the board, 400k your score on the first pick. Looks uncomfortable, but I feel like they were fairly confident in that regardless. Again, there wasn't really a good option for Optimus Prime to throw in. Decaden is not who I would expect to play a map like this.
No.
So I don't think the entire team was comfortable. So I like that first pick. It is going to give that first point to Jashin and Konrei, but Optimus Prime Rib is going to get their first pick. They're going to get a chance to respond and say, okay, here's where we want to go next. Here's how we want to balance that out, stop it 2-0.
Yeah, I think the one thing we didn't really get to see there was Psyche's combo went as high as 974, which is
wow,
nuts on Rushy 2. I think Dio said in the map pool showcase that everyone should go and play this map, even just for the custom hit sounding. But the craziness of playing that with Hard Rock is absolutely insane. To just get a 4 miss, I'm just realizing that is a 4 miss play from Psyche on Rushy 2.
Yeah, because we came into the second half, we saw the part where Psyche was missing. Like, that's unfortunate that we missed the 900 combo, because that was kind of insane.
Yeah, crazy pop-off, and looks like we're still trying to iron out those difficulty issues, but I think we have the next map up on the docket. I think it was Coco Soso on the Hidden One, I think is up next for Optimus Prime Rib.
Yeah, Coco Soga, this is another 1v1 map, so we're staying in that 1v1 format for now. This one is huge on your low aim control. This is a pretty popular love map, nearing 1 million plays now. And very, very difficult, 152 BPM. There's not really a point where this map gets any easy, any free combo. You're constantly challenging the whole thing, especially in the Kiai. The Kiais are a monster to take on.
Yeah, very, very classic map. There'll be a lot of people who at least know this this song, but certainly this map, it's that old linear style that you see from, you don't see a lot of nowadays. It had its era, and now it's not as kind of like when Eurobeat was popular, but it's the tiny like spacing changes. There's lots of different variations on that, and I think that creates a sticking hidden on that is just kind of brutal.
Yeah, the hidden flow aim is always going to be difficult. But when you're dealing with this spacing, especially at this BPM, it gets so hard to tell what you're doing. But we are getting the map. It's Decaden versus Xylus. Both of these players are very, very good mechanic players. Xylus, especially with the hidden, known for the hidden. And I'm sure he's coming in just for that. That hidden comfort means a lot on this kind of map.
Yeah, I think Xylus will love this kind of map. This kind of like fast alt style map does come up with a miss though, opening things for Decatan, but he will trade it up as well. And now you start to see these, alt aim patterns, the linear style of them. They're brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see like the chain misses come through too for Decaden. Now at 23 misses. And even at 0 coming into the Ki. Like those chain misses are huge. They're not just resetting your combo. Okay, there was a slight banter break. It's actually 14 misses. Either way, the chain misses are they're going to take your accuracy down so hard. It's going to very easily give the lead to the other player. Again, in 1v1, it matters so much that you have to be like a titan on every map. So every time you see one of those chain misses, it is a huge hurt for this team.
Yeah, so he's going to be running into that combo reset. It was just on a slider break though. But Decatan holding the lead, but struggling on the accuracy so far. But both of them nearly getting through all of those alt sections. But it is going to be Xylus who comes out on top.
Silas seeming to have a bit of an easier time on the aim control patterns. That's mainly been where Takeda has been missing. He's been hitting all the flow, but as soon as you get into those harder control patterns, he has trouble finding another slider break. He really can't afford to keep finding these breaks. Silas has too high of a combo, he's got too high of an accuracy. You can't be making these mistakes, especially at this point in the map. Kaden basically needs to hold on, and you need a break from Silas right about now.
Yeah, he's only just slightly behind on accuracy, but Xylus is starting to run away with the combo. And we're going to approach the harder part of the map. Another break from Decadent. And you can see the spacing increase is really shooting up now. Lots of opportunity for chain missing, but somebody's got to try and combo through this. Mainly Decadent if he wants to hold on to this, because he is trailing by nearly 100k now.
Even then, I don't think there's much time left in this map, really, that Takeda has to work with. This lead is very, very big. You're looking at a nearly 90k lead, which is so tough to make up. And with Silas holding on, not finding any changes, that score is not going down fast enough. With Takeda finding a miss as well, that's going to seal it. Break point for Jashin and Konrei, getting themselves up 2-0 early on while we go into our first ban phase.
Yeah, Jashin and Konrei really off to a flying start here. Those two 1v1 picks really working out for them. Psycho and Xylus holding the line. Xylus just had really good combo again. Better accuracy as well. So I think that was just overall, I would say a bit of a mispick really from Optimus Prime Rib.
Yeah, there is, a little bit of like, there was a lot of like, first half of the map, the Caden was really struggling with the aim control patterns, and that might have just been like a specific play thing, right? Like maybe the practice scores looked a lot better. Unfortunately, it's how you play it in match that is really what matters. It is going to lose Optimus Prime Rib their first pick, though. There's still a lot of the pool left to pick from. It's far from over. Along with that, they're going to get the chance at the first ban. They're able to easily just strike something out from Jashin and Konrei, so they don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, I think... Oh, that's not what I was expecting to see from Optimus Prime Rib. I was definitely expecting to see more of those 1v1 maps taken out, but...
Yeah.
They are gonna and again, the free mod 1?
Interesting. Complete reversal of what I thought was going to happen.
Same, exactly, yeah. I was not expecting... the team that I would feel are the strongest on the 1v1s to ban one of the 1v1s, and the team that's better on the, or potentially the stronger team on the 4v4 wouldn't ban the 4v4. That's just completely backwards.
Yeah. Maybe they're picking for each other. Who knows? Yeah, it is interesting. Free mod 1, getting rid of that. That's 160 BPM, just completely messed up map. And no mod 4 going out. That's a big alt map being banned by Optimus Prime Rib. Now going into Hard Rock 4, Valestine Castle, the pick from Jashin no Konrei. It's one at 210 BPM.
Yeah, the Hard Rock 4 is very much that kind of like long focused map consistency. You're really talking about 3 minutes 32 seconds, 210 BPM. It's really comfortable. It's that Falcon Sound team kind of like traditional aim focus map. The teams aren't going to really struggle with this. It should feel quite comfortable for a lot of these players. Obviously, you've got that CS 5.2 to contend with, but I definitely see both teams being able to put up 4v4s for this.
Yeah, this one, a custom map for SSOT, mapped by Deca and Iljaz, I believe. As you said, it's that sort of 210 consistency test. The Falcon Sound team, just how good are you on that Hard Rock game? How consistent are you? The star rating only 7.4, so it really is consistency, but 210 BPM I think is the highlight of this, and it's where we're going to see that both these teams have stellar high BPM rosters. And I think I'm very excited to see how those two contend with each other, because that's going to determine a lot of the picks going forward. Like, they're going to use this as not only a determiner of who's going to pick aim, but who's going to be more comfortable picking stuff that's like 220 and up. Because, again, you're going to put some of your high BPM players on this just to test it out.
Yeah, and you think back to also things like that DT4 that's like very aim focused and things, you know, it is putting the foot down and saying, let's see which team is the stronger on aim.
Yeah, for sure.
On top.
Yeah, and it's a good 4v4 test as well. I mean, you're looking at something that is so consistent as this map. Now you're going to know, like, which team is more prone to the random breaks, which team is more prone to maybe a little score loss from some of the less comfortable, less high skill cap players, where skill cap is a very big thing. By the point that we're in semifinals, like, you need to make sure that everybody is comfortable playing these maps still.
Yeah, if you want to proceed on to the finals and grand finals, you've really got to start to push that that test, that level. And so we get into this map.
Yeah, here we go into it. Tough and tough from the beginning. So far, nobody gonna find breaks. As I say that, Rhythmic RS goes down, trades out with Spectre. That's one break per team. See Psyche go down next. While the other three FCs on Optimus Prime Rib hold on, but only for a little bit as Tallulah goes down as well.
You got Xylus hanging in there on the hard rock, which isn't always an easy ask. Welter will go down though, so Xylus the last one standing up against two full combos, Decadent and Almighty Door. Standing his way, but no real supporting combos on the side of Optimus Prime Rib, so really those full combos for both teams kind of holding things in there, but Jashin Konrei looking to take advantage of a break from Optimus Prime Rib.
Yeah, absolutely. Those supporting combos are so huge in the 4v4 format. And Optimus Prime are really struggling with it so far. Even though they have more full combos, they don't have the lead. As that support on Jashin Konrei has absolutely built back up. Spectre and Psyche are looking way better than Tallulah and Rhythmic RS. And we see Almighty Door find a break. That's an FC gone for Optimus Prime Rib. Caden, the only remaining against 4 huge combos past the 300s. It's not enough for him alone to deal with, and the lead is very quickly slipping out of control.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping for a really massive break from Jashin Konrei, but so far it's not going that way, as they bring 3 full combos through some of those streams. Those big aim sections, those flows, catching out a lot of Optimus Prime Rib, and only taking down Walter for Jashin Konrei. So still, they're holding a very strong position here.
Absolutely. As long as Xylus is holding the FC, as long as Psyche is there to provide the support in case Xylus falls, there's not much that Caden alone can do. And it really is Caden alone. There is no supporting combo. Nobody has hit above 300 combo for Optimus Prime Rib in a second. And that is very troubling for this team, as they just can't deal with this wall built up by Psyche and Xylus. All the supporting combos are going to wall out anything from Tallulah, from Almighty Door, from Rhythmic RS, especially as they continue finding breaks. As long as all of these players hold, as long as any of them hold, honestly, it is really hard for Optimus Prime Rib to find their way back in near the end of the map. And with 2 FCs still up on the board, 1 per team, Optimus Prime Rib really just doesn't have the angle.
Yeah, they're down so far in score. Because of the team synergy of Jashin Konrei. 2 1k combos, the other 2 at 500. It is 1 team versus 1 man. That is all that she wrote for this one.
Yeah, absolutely impressive stuff from Xylus and Caden as well. You cannot understate how huge 2 FCs on this is. but the support from Jashin is just what mattered. You see the S rank from Saikyu, it was one slider break. You see, really, really good scores from Welter and Spectre as well that just, they really, really propped up the Xylus FC, and they were able to take it home pretty easily, honestly.
Yeah, Rhythmic RS and Almighty Door did not have the best time on that map. And already you were looking at a tough 2-4 position deficit on that. And to be honest, Jashin and Konrei just kind of went nuts on that map with the Xylus FC, Saikyu going crazy, Spectre and Welter both holding 500k. That is a solid nearly 3 mil team score, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. It's tough, right? Like, if you're Optimus Prime Rib, you're looking at this, you're like, we gotta completely change the direction, and they're going to do so through DT3, 231 BPM DT. This is the high BPM challenge. They're saying, okay, aim didn't work, that's fine, but you know what? We were pretty comfortable on our accuracies. Let's try and push further into that. 231 BPM, I believe this is the stamina pick, correct?
Yeah, stamina and mainly flow focused. Like you said, it's the high BPM, a lot of mashing and tapping brought into this one, but it's the flow aim as well is just as tricky. At 231 BPM, there's lots of turns and circles that you got to watch out for. Circle streams, of course, I'm referring to. So you got to watch out for those, and you can immediately see why Optimus Prime Rib are picking this one. Because just look at that roster.
Yeah. Lucaris, Tallulah, Arison versus, looks like Saikyu, Xylus, Aimbot, Kone. I don't know if we're going to see any switches. These all look like solid rosters. Yeah, that's locked. God, this is going to be good. I think the two players, especially that a lot of people are going to be looking at, are Arison and Xylus for their individual teams. The two players who absolutely carry again and again on the speed.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. Rhythmic going to be finding an early break here, but lots of map left, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Early map break doesn't matter nearly as much. Now, it was a chain miss. That's a huge accuracy drop. But hopefully, if you're Rhythmic RS, the accuracy will balance out over time. And you also have an amazing teammate in Arison holding 99.5 accuracy to try and balance it out a little bit, try and offset it. Tallulah's going to find a break, and that's going to matter a lot more as we still have 3 FCs on the side of Jashin, meaning that they're going to be able to take the lead.
Yeah, Arison going down as well, so it's just Rhythmic holding that high combo after that early break. But just look at Jashin and Konrei. They look stable and secure on this map. No one budging an inch.
Yeah, this is an absurd team score, actually. Saikyu finally goes down, but Xylus and Aimbot Kone are still holding strong, both in the 98s in accuracy. They're both beating every single person on the side of Optimus Prime Rib. Tallulah finds a break onto Optimus Prime Rib as well, meaning that's a supporting combo down. So they desperately need supporting combos as they're fighting against 2 high AC FCs still. You need every single bit of combo you can get, and unfortunately for Optimus Prime Rib, they're not finding it. The opposing team just refuses to fall down. This is absurd from Xylus and Aimbot Kone.
Yeah, and their accuracies are starting to work to their favor as well now. They're really holding solid accuracy over Optimus Prime Rib. So Optimus Prime Rib chasing across multiple departments, and another drop from Arison drops the supporting combo. But it just doesn't matter. You've got 2 full combos up against Rhythmic RS. There's nothing you can do. Saikyu's now approaching 800 combo as well. There is nothing that Optimus Prime Rib can do but watch.
Yeah, this is a pretty brutal stop. What happened with Jashin and Konrei? I feel like they just activated the second they went into the loser's bracket. This is not the kind of performance I expected. Like, this isn't their pick, right? Like, this is This is Optimus Prime Rib trying to find their way back in, and Jashin no Konrei refuses to give any leeway as they close out a double FC. What is going on?
That is nuts. And I think, is that a perfect FC of aimbot cone or not? I'm not 100% sure. It might be one slider end or two.
I think there might be a dropped slider end, but either way, still insane. PFC or not, that's ridiculous.
That is actually incredible to go to the 4v4 and be like, okay, well, we'll get 2.9 mil on that. And then they go to the 3v3 and they'll go, okay, we'll get 2.9 mil on that. Is just busted in a completely different way.
It is absurd. Like, yeah, DT has a 1.2 mil max, right? Like, if you really think about it, it's like, oh, that's not crazy, but that's still messed up. Now, like, they have a chance with this next pick to secure themselves match point, go up 5-0, which is a nearly unstoppable position.
Yeah, if they're able to kind of go into this next pick, pick it up, they could stop that second ban phase in its entirety. Finish this match right now, and this is their best chance. They've only had one map banned. They've got lots of opportunity. It's just a question of where do they want to go from here.
Yeah, it's going to be free mod 4, blows up everything, 215 BPM at 2 minutes, CS3, 3.8, AR 9.8. So this isn't crazy stressful on the mods through the diff settings. It's the map that is really going to provide trouble for your mods. And this, again, 4v4. They just won on 4v4. They just won at 3v3. They're looking really, really comfortable on this big team size. They're looking like their entire team feels really consistent today.
Yeah, this 4v4 is pretty nasty because, like you said, 215 BPM. It's very speed orientated, but it's also got that tech element to it as well. Speed tech is something I think, after what we've just seen of Jashin no Konrei, is a perfect idea. Really, really good, solid pick. You know that they've got solid players after what we've just seen on the tapping map. They're gonna be coming into this very, very strong and with a bit of momentum behind them. It's gonna be hard for Optimus Prime Rib to have a counter.
Yeah, suddenly I'm understanding the 4v4 ban. Suddenly it feels like maybe the 1v1 wasn't the strong suit, but rather this entire team's consistency is through the roof today. And Jashin no Konrei on the 4v4 is a huge, huge threat. So this is going to be interesting. Now, we see it through the beautiful mod counter on the free mods. We have Hidden on an Almighty Door and Hard Rock on Tallulah for Optimus Prime Rib, and an overmod on the side of Jashin no Konrei. Hard Rock Psyche and Hidden on Xylus and Spectre. I imagine that might be just partly comfort for the team of Jashin no Konrei. Of course, Xylus a hidden comfort player, so it makes a little sense to have that overmod, but either way, still a little threatening.
Yeah, it'll break down some of the density of this map. Which, you know, when you're playing at 215 BPM can help a little bit, but still quite brave because you've got those stream flow sections to watch out for. But so far, it's working out for them. Breaks across the board for Optimus Prime Rib as Jashin no Konrei only drop aimbot cone at the start.
Yeah, 3 FCs at this point is huge. This map is short. Just 2 minutes. They do see another break come through from both Psyche and Spectre, but Xylus still holds onto the FC, which is huge because if you look at the combos on the side of Optimus Prime Rib, they can't contest that. They can't contest a 500 combo score with a 200 supporting combo. It's real, real trouble halfway through the map when you have a Xylus at 300k, 99.4, and an FC on the Hidden.
Yeah, he's in such a strong position here. Aimbot cone will drop, so he hasn't really got much support behind him, but Decadent's kind of in that same position. He's got Razor Fruit coming, kind of bringing things up, but it's not an FC, so Xylus is just holding them at ransom here. Until he drops, there's not much they can do.
Yeah, The lead is starting to go down just a little bit. The Decayed and Razor Fruit combo is making a bit of a wave, but Razor Fruit finds a miss. Xylus trades it out though. Decayden has the combo now. All the combo in the lobby. The question is more about time at this point. There's not really much time left. There's not really much supporting combo left for Decayden. He's putting forth a great score, but Xylus putting in the work early on is going to provide huge trouble for this player here. There is almost nothing left to this map, and with a 300k lead, I think we can safely say it's locked in Jashin no Konrei's point.
Yeah, even with that massive combo towards the end, that one miss from Decadent pretty much sent it home. Xylus gonna be the strongest performer out there, and you can see why he held so solidly up into that really tricky spaced patterning section, and just being able to hold the entire Optimus Prime rib is massive for your team, who I think was struggling towards the end of that map.
Yeah, we did see, like, a quick glance of the scores will tell you that Xylus and Decayden basically matched each other. What really mattered was that the supporting combos on Optimus Prime Rib really just didn't have it compared to Jashin no Konrei, where they had really good supports early on. Even if they struggled in the second half of the map, Optimus Prime Rib struggled the whole way through, and it ended up costing them, as Jashin no Konrei is now 5-0. Not only a match point, but a very, very dominant one.
Yeah, although that one did have the closest score margin, you can still see that majority of the matches that Jashin no Konrei have been 20% more score ahead. They have been dominating, and they've decided, Optimus Prime Rib, it's time for another 1v1. We need to make it to that second ban phase. Take out some of these maps.
Yeah. DT1 Qualia, this one, a little bit weirder. This isn't your DT speed. This is 200 BPM with DT applied. And it's 1 minute 30 seconds, which is very, very short. AR 8.3, OD 10.4.
Yeah, it's that kind of low approach rate, dense control. So this map is going to feel unusually condensed, but it's still very, very fast and requires a lot of control. It's very, very unusual. Like I said, that AR6, when you put DT on, still only puts it up to 8.3. So this is going to feel very uncomfortable for the unprepared.
Absolutely. Here we go into it. You can see the tapping difficulty on this as well as just the general flow difficulty. Immediately going to see breaks from Xylus, and quite a few of them at that, providing him a lot of act drops. Almighty Door does find a break to trade it out. Both of these players having drop accuracies now are going to keep it fairly even.
Yeah, again, this is all to play for. Almighty Door is the player they've put up to keep their tournament hopes alive. They need to make it to the ban phase here. And Xylus is looking to stop them, send them home, send his team through to the next round. And so far, it's a very closely contested map, but Almighty Door is holding.
Yeah, we did see Xylus find a slider break, which is pretty huge. That combo lead that he had ever so slightly is dissipated as long as Almighty Door can hold on for a little bit longer, and he's having some trouble. There's a lot of shakes coming through. He can secure the lead fairly nicely. He is still holding on, about to cross 300 combo. There we go. Does finally find a break, but Xylus trades it out. Now a 20k lead for Almighty Door, but 20k is a lot on this map. And he's gonna hold on through this Ki. There's just a little bit on the map left. As long as he can stay somewhat consistent, Xylus isn't gonna have the chance to take it back. A lot of act drops from both players is going to keep the lead in the favor of Almighty Door. And they are going to make it to the ban phase. Optimus Prime Rib with their very first point on the board, but that was not a comfortable one by any means.
No, I think the main difference with that, you look at the You look at the scores they brought home: 249k for Almighty Door, 208k for Xylers. That was purely down to Almighty Door's early combo game at the start of that map. You know, that 120 combo was all that was the difference. You know, you're talking a slightly greater miscount for Xylers. He just didn't have the combo he needed to bring that. Had it come down to similar combos, I think this match would have been over.
Yeah, you know, if we saw something like where Almighty Door had the beginning combo, he also had the midsection combo where he hit 300. If Silas had matched either of those combos, it was over. Which is really, really scary. That was not like a takeaway point for Optimus Prime Rib. That was gone. Speaking of gone, HD4 is gone. I like that, you know, immediately getting rid of 4v4, saying we are not winning a 4v4 map. Jashin Konrei is going to respond by banning Free Mod 3, which I think is a little more of a skill set ban than a roster ban. As they go immediately into a different 3v3 map in Hard Rock 3 Yume Hanabi.
Yeah, going more into that kind of tech-focused element. A lot of tech kind of in the lower half of the pool. There's a little bit towards the end of the hidden, but a lot more in this like hard rock and free mod side of the pool. So we're seeing more of that here. If it's anything like what we saw in the speed tech, it's going to be a very hard fought victory for Optimus Prime Rib, and they have to win every point now. They have to win the next 3 in a row if they want to stay in this.
Yeah, the next 4 in a row. The stream score is slightly wrong. It's tough. Next 4 in a row just to get tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So it's tough. You don't have comfort if you're Optimus Prime. And again, this is your tournament life on the line. This is losers. You don't have another match after this if you lose. That's it. You're gone. You know, say goodbye to your chances at a prize pool, right? Like, it's just over. So, hugely nerve-wracking for Optimus Prime Rib.
Yeah, definitely. You're kind of looking at this roster, and it's every one of these maps, and I still think there's quite a bit open for Jashin Konrei to take advantage of. I still think they've got a couple of good maps, and it's going to come down to how well Optimus Prime Rib can adapt to not only the maps they know they need to win, but also whatever Jashin Konrei are going to pick into.
Yeah, and that adaptation, when you're down like this, that adaptation is so tough. It can feel very, very demoralizing to be at a point like this where you're fighting match point with this much of a score deficit. It's possible. Like, we've seen these players pull this kind of thing off, but that doesn't change the feeling of this like pit that they're in. And they're just going to have to lock in. They're just going to have to put all of their focus on these maps. We know we can play them. These are star-studded rosters. Nobody's completely out on any one map, but it's going to be so tough. Either way, we're getting into it. Here we go. Yume Hanabi, potentially the last map, as any map we see from now on is going to be this one. Optimus Prime Rib has to win this, or the match is just over.
Yeah, they will go home. And let's see what's going to happen with this one. So we've got Tala, Dekuten, and Razorfruit up against Psyche, Wilter, and Xylus to try and hold things out.
Yeah, we did see Xylus find an early break, although Tallulah now going to trade it out. You see Psychofault as well, meaning just Welter holding the FC for Jashin Konrei, but the accuracy lead is doing a lot of work for them. See, Razorfruit, one of Optimus Prime Rib FCs, is holding 90% accuracy, which doesn't bode well for this team at all. Combo lead is giving them a little bit of leeway here.
Yeah, definitely. You've got some good combo on the side of Decton and Razorfruit. They're going to have to hold through that. Razorfruit really dropping the accuracy on this one, which is kind of helping Saiku stay in this.
Saiku does find some breaks. Welter still holding an FC, but doesn't have the supporting combo as Xylus is having a little bit of trouble. Does find a break, unfortunately, right before the slow slider. We still have 2 FCs and a great supporting combo from Tallulah for the side of Optimus Prime Red, which has finally given them the lead. They just need to hold on to that. Again, as mentioned, Razorfruit's accuracy is providing a lot of trouble for this team. It means that if we do see a break come through, things might start to snowball because that accuracy isn't actually doing much for the score. We do see Razorfruit find a break. If any player were to break, that would be the least impactful, but Tallulah falls as well. Now Decayden, the only FC remaining, fighting against Welter with a built-up supporting combo from Saiku and Silas. Jashin and Konrei is going to be able to start building that lead back up.
Yeah, they're going to start to pull this score margin over to their favor the longer that Welter can keep Decton at bay. And another break from Tallulah. He's going to keep that advance coming.
We go into the guitar solo. This is so crucial to hit. This guitar solo is so difficult with the flow control. Decayden's going to fall down. It's a chain miss. No trade from Welter. Jashin Konrei just instantly took that lead as soon as Decayden fell. And now Welter is completely uncontested. The highest combo other than Welter is 200 combo on the side of Optimus Prime Rib. That is nothing compared to 1400. Welter hits the huge space burst through the entire screen. Still holding on to that FC as we approach the final Ki. There is nothing left that Optimus Prime Rib can do as long as this man holds on, and he will.
Yeah, he storms towards the end of this map with combo in tow. I don't know how he holds the nerve control needed after hitting that, but he's absolutely tearing this map apart. Nothing is phasing him, and he's going to run to the end, try and hold that FC, but it's already over. Jashin and Konrei are going to be knocking out Optimus Prime Rib.
Yeah, with off the back of an absolutely insane score. We have seen so many impressive FCs from this team, but I don't know. This might be my favorite score that they've set. Yume Hanabi, I feel like this is one of the harder maps in the pool. This is one of the maps that going in, I wouldn't expect to see an FC on from either of these teams. This isn't a comfort pick for anybody, but Welter really, really showing proficiency. 96% act be damned. It's an FC nonetheless, and it's a point and a match. And Optimus Prime Rib, they're going to be headed out of the tournament while Jashin no Konrei moves on to the continuation of the losers bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, we will see them again as they still have to defend another opportunity to make it to the finals weekend, to the top 6, but commiserations to Optimus Prime Rib. They had some good performances there, but I think when it comes to the day, when you're having performances like that from Jashin no Konrei, there is only so much you can do. Look at that Hard Rock 1. Look at that Hard Rock 3 that we saw. Just absolutely dominating performances from standout players. I think Jashin no Konrei took advantage of both the 4v4 and the 1v1 format to really bring those points home.
Yeah. And now, Jashin no Konrei, they have shown a dominant performance against, honestly, tournament titans, right? Like, these guys are, Decayden's an OWC champion, right? Like, the insane players. And now Jashin no Konrei will be moving on to fight Grease Monkey Deluxe tomorrow. Another star-studded tournament roster, as we're seeing from pretty much every team at this point in the tournament. And that will be tomorrow at, I believe, 18 UTC. So same time as the match today. That is going to be it for not only this match, but all of the streams for today.
Yeah, we will be back with those losers round 3 as well as the winners bracket matchups all across. Be sure to check out the social links to find out when those are happening, main sheets, that kind of thing. But also just keep an eye out. You can see the predictions from some of our staff here. So definitely something to look forward to tomorrow as we have our matchups decided. Once again, want to thank Taikani for joining me today. It has been a really good matchup, to be honest.
Yeah, dominant though it was still a great watch. I think we saw a lot of really, really good scores from both teams. We saw FCs from Optimus Prime Rib. Like, it scoreline be damned. They still played great. They just Jashin Konrei was on another level today. It was a great match all around.
It was indeed. Once again, want to thank Drunk Deer as one of our sponsors. Osu Go on the website for 20% off with your order. Wacom as well. SSOT40 for 40% off. Thank you very much, guys, for sponsoring. Thank you very much for joining us. It has been a pleasure to cast some of these matches today. We will be back tomorrow for some very nice matchups. All of those potential losers round 3, as well as the 2 semi-final winners bracket matches. So join us again very, very soon. Tomorrow, it's not that far away. I've been Dimash. See you very soon.
Yeah, we'll see you then.